How are you?
Yeah, fine. So it's 7:30 here in the morning. As you can see,
Okay.
it is still dark, a little bit dark
Quite
outside.
early for you. Yeah.
I I, I see it's 12, so it's noon in India. So it's a
Yeah.
good time to talk about open source developers.
It's
It's the
quite
next
early for you.
online.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit early for Spanish standards, but that's no problem.
Okay.
So we will wait one more minute for others to join because I see we were on Monday some more, so I guess there's still some more attendance coming, and then we will start in just 1 minute, if it's okay for you.
So today I'll just try to moderate the session a bit in the sense that I'll be taking up questions from the participants and I'll be kind of mediating in between. If we are not getting questions directly from the participants, probably they can send it to me and I can ask on their behalf. So
Yeah,
okay, I'll try to make this more interactive because you're right. Sometimes, like the participants, I don't know, they shouldn't be feeling shy or anything of that kind. But let's hope for having some more interaction today.
yeah, I'm looking forward
Yeah,
to to having interaction. So
yeah,
I understand that the online setting is
yeah.
a little bit colder than face to face, and that sometimes you are
It,
there with your laptop or with your computer and the camera, and well, it's a little bit more difficult. But yeah, if you can do that, that you can moderate a little bit, that would be
yeah,
fantastic. So then we can have, yes, it's not only one way from me
yeah. It's
to
very
to the
difficult.
audience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
So
very difficult.
especially today, no, we will have in total we are having 4 sessions,
Yes.
no, 5 hours in total.
Yeah.
So um, I think if we can do it with some interaction, that would be better for everybody.
No problem. We will try to make it interesting. Though it's long time for you, 5 hours on stretch, but we will try to make it more interactive, more interesting that way. So I just appeal to all the participants to kindly ask more questions.
Yeah, please do, and no problem about the questions. If no, so we have today 4 very interesting topics ahead of us. We will start talking about who develops free open source software. And then we will talk about business models, how to make money out of all these. Um, then we will talk in the third session about open source in education, which
Yeah,
is a very interesting
yeah,
topic, and you all know a lot about that because you are experts in all of you in education because you are attending an educational environment, so you know about that. And finally, we will then have a more hands-on session on evaluating open source software in the sense that if I have to choose for one, no, if I have to choose one project out of the many, how can I do that in a schematic way? So not choosing at random, but imagine you have to select for your institution, and that's a big investment, maybe not in money directly, but in time. And then you would like to choose the best possible system. So that's the final part for today. So that's the agenda. So I think at least from the content point of view, there are lots of interesting things that we are gonna talk today. So I see 33 already in the room, which is no, it's close to the number that we had last day, 34 at this time. So 35 even. So that's good. So I think it's then time to start with this lecture on open source software developers. So I'm gonna share my screen. Remember, I have another screen. So if you have questions and so on, I'm happy to take them. I'm looking at the chat, and of course you can open your mic, and Dr. Kuljit can of course interrupt me anytime with questions. So they don't have to be at the end. So if you feel you have a comment, or you would like to know a little bit more in detail what I'm presenting in the slides, just feel free to do it. And I think that's no, that uh, may make the entire lecture better, you know, if it is closer to your interests. So I'm sharing now my screen. Second, because I've got to go here and present full screen. So as I was saying, the first lecture today is on open source developers. This is an interesting topic because now we know much more about it, and there is much more information. But at first, in the 90s, this was everything around open source, and so was a little bit like a fairy tale. Just remember that I would say that one of the first stories that we hear about open source is the story of Linus Torvalds, which is a 21-year-old student at a Finnish university, and then somehow, together with the internet, he creates the kernel of an operating system that competes with one of the biggest companies in the world, which is Microsoft. And of course, this is a nice fairy tale story, no? David against Goliath. So how can a simple student out there compete against one of the biggest companies with thousands of employees? And in the 90s, when open source was gaining some attention, and there was not as mainstream as today, because we will see afterwards when we talk about business models. Today, almost any company, I would say every company, uses open source in some of the other way, and even their business model to some extent is based on open source software, or they know at least, they have a strategy towards open source software. In the 90s, this was a new player in the room, and if you compare the developers at Microsoft, which were hired professionals who work full time for a company and go to an office and so on, then who are these guys who do this kind of software over the internet? Are they volunteers? Are they teenagers? Sometimes Microsoft, there are some quotes there from Bill Gates saying these are teenagers over the internet. Who can trust that type of software? And that's one of the questions there is. Who are they? So are they nerds, like I put here from a very famous TV show where there are geeks and nerds here? Yeah, I think you probably have seen that on television. Are they nerds, or here I've taken another picture? Are they like a sort of software development gods, in the sense that they do very complex systems and they coordinate themselves over the internet, and then they compete against the internet giants of the time. So that's a little bit to motivate this lecture. So the thing is, if you think about it, the open development model, which we are going to talk tomorrow about it allows a large amount of work to be done by volunteer developers. So you might have there some key developers who work there full time, or even in nowadays that are paid, are professional developers who work 40 hours a week on the software. But many of the contributions, at least in the ideal model, come from volunteers, from people that just come and submit a bug issue or even a bug fix, and then this code is merged into the project. And this is something new. Nobody before was able to include some of the source code made by him or herself into Microsoft, into the operating system of Windows. So on the other hand, having that many micro contributions makes it difficult to know more about the developers, because developers come and go. It's not like having people that come to the office. They are always there. Here they make a small contribution as a minor fix, and then they merge it into the source code system there into Git nowadays. Before it was CVS or whatever, and then they don't appear anymore. Some of them keep on working in the project and they collaborate once and then. Some of them even become formal contributors and contribute more, but most of the developers just appear once. So this is in a distributed nature. Now we're thinking about 30 years ago, which is the time that the Linux kernel has, when internet began to be popularized and so on. So we didn't understand how this worked. Now it's much better known, and we will talk tomorrow about the development model, and we will talk today about the business model, and now about who's behind all this. But in the 90s, this was sort of strange. We were changing in an area where people collaborated over the internet and things like this, like me talking to you, me here in Spain talking to you in India for a guest lecture. That was something which is really science fiction, and today it's not sci-fi anymore. It's something that we are used to more and more during this pandemic time. So there has been a lack of knowledge until recently. I would say 15 years now. It's a little bit more. It's when developers started to be surveyed to know who they are. So what is their gender, their age, their cultural level, what they do professionally, if they are volunteers, and also not only who they are, it's why they commit to free software. So I mean, many of this, especially the casual contributors, they do it for free, as in gratis. They don't earn money out of that. So what are their reasons they have to contribute, and especially this monetary aspect. And today that's a big topic. Then after this lecture on the open source business models, especially this about everything that has to be with the economy. That's very interesting, because now we understand a little bit more the model, but at that time, it was one of the largest companies there in the stock market was Microsoft, and of course they earned a lot of money, and then we find people who give away their work for free, and this work is of high value. How that, and finally, where do they come from? So the geographical distribution of developers. If there's always this thing about let's say the America or North America versus Europe, which are where do developers come from? Where it's let's say the center of the development. And there have been lots of surveys. The first ones I put there, it's 2001, and especially in the first years, there were many surveys around. Now one of the most important ones was the Floss survey, which I participated in. That was in a European project. I was then a young PhD student and so on, and this was replicated then afterwards in the US, and then we replicated it 10 years afterwards in 2013 to see what has changed. And lately, as you see, in 2022, there's an international conference on software engineering who was the authors there have also replicated this type of study to see how the picture has changed, and if motivations differ from the early days, from 20 years ago. So let's start a little bit to see who developers are. So First, one of the prominent things, and that's something you see when you go up, and this is no when you go to conferences on open source, and at that time there were starting to be very big conference. There was one, no, there is one conference in Europe which is very big, which is FOSDEM. That's Free Open Source Developer European Meeting, which is held every year early February in Brussels. And you go there and you see, no, you don't need much time to see that it's mainly a male community. And the same happens in the no in North America. They have their Linux conferences, and here we've seen that, and there have been some more studies on this, but usually the percentage of female participation lies between 5 and 10%. So that's in line with much of the participation of females in the IT industry. Also in the IT industry, they say it's 20 to 25%. So there has been a lot of research on why is that. So, and actually, if there is discrimination, that's a big topic, and there's one guy there who's called Krieger, who's done much work on that, and well, that's an interesting topic for many communities. They have created programs to attract female contributors, and that's no, the point of diversity has always been on top of the table for many open source communities. So interesting enough, I mean, if and I know that's different in India, where there is more the share of females is larger IT, in the IT sector and so on. But I would say in Europe and in the Americas, it's no, here in IT, the share is smaller. So I was saying, and then interesting enough, the 92% to 8%, that's something that that applies to coding. So when there are more tasks than coding, we will talk about them later on. So when you have to do some organizational and translations, documentation, and so on. So in tasks that are non-coding, you see a slightly higher female representation, like maybe up to 15% and so on. But it's still marginal in that regard. I mean, it's not very big. So that's a factor that hasn't changed much in the last 20 years, despite all the efforts and so on. So that's a big topic of discussion. The next thing is about the age, and here you see the distribution of age. So if you look, the mean is around 27 years, but the median is 23. So here I see so could this difference in participation be related to women's less participation? Oh, let me check here. I didn't get it. In STEM subjects, yeah, of course. I mean, one of the things is that if in STEM subjects the female participation, at least in Europe, which are the numbers I know of, is around 25%, then that makes that that female participation in here in open source is less. But still, from 25% to 8%, there is a gap. So even among IT professionals, open source is something that attracts more males, and there's always a big discussion why we have those numbers, and if we are a welcoming community, and if there is harassment, and nowadays many projects have an anti-harassment policy to to be welcoming, and well, and that's something that as I say, many projects have tried to address that, not
I
with
think
much success, but that's the point. So
I would like
I
to add something in this.
yes, please.
We just did some kind of research, little bit research into this, and we found that females are more concerned about the code of conduct. Is a repository on the GitHub platform, is it following the code of conduct? So they are more concerned about this rather than the males. So probably these kind of reasons might be there why females are less attracted towards contributing. Obviously, this study may not be from the GitHub platform; it could be from some other platform. But this kind of thing we have seen in some research that we have done. That is not yet published. We are just working on the analysis part.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Yes, that's very recent or relatively recent, like 5 to 7 years ago. The projects are putting a code of conduct. No, these are the anti-harassment policies, and then it seems to have some effect into more female participation. And I think that this is a very interesting topic in the sense that there is a lot of research on just on this issue of gender, because it's one of the hot topics in IT participation in general. So that's something that, as I say, there's more literature, and if required, I can provide more links about this. So I'm getting back to age. So here important, it's as you see, it's a predominant young age. And well, it makes sense. It starts there. There are some there in their 15s, 17 years, 19 teenagers, but it's not teenagers are in total less than 10%. So I know the claims that open source developers were teenagers, that was a false myth spread by Microsoft and so on. The majority of them are in their 20s, but there are also, as you also see, developers in the other age ranges and so on. So basically, it's people who have the skills to program. That you have to have programming skills and so on. We're talking here about developers, but with contributors it might be different. But about developers, you see, this is a young population, and well, you see, then we ask at what age they started contributing, and then here you see that the peak is at 21 years old, which is actually when you know when usually it's the university age, and then you start programming and so on, and then well, it's let's say it's the natural ways when in your 20s you have programming skills, and then you can enter to collaborate. If you look at the educational background, this is very interesting, because you see we have a little bit of everything, but I mean, elementary school is rarely there to 2%. So this is the highest degree, and you have to think, with such a young population, this is a moving picture. So that means if they have elementary school, they are in elementary school, that's probably because they are young for that. They have that age, so maybe they move to the other one. So free software developers are highly educated. If you see, the PhD is around 9%, masters 28%. That's above the general population. And if you have, in addition, the information that this is from the previous slide, that this is a young population, this means this is probably moving. So if we had the educational background for those who are 27 or 30, then we might see that the usual circumstances to have a university degree, and lots of them a master's and PhD. So that's something that is was an interesting finding, like 20 years ago, where we didn't know, and we saw, oh, these people are highly prepared. And then we ask them for the educational background, and then this is nice, because we see professions that we expected, like software engineer, which is 1/3 of that. The student from IT is 1/6. Both together, software engineering and student from IT make 50%. And then we have programmers, consultant from IT, and so on. And if you sum IT, I don't know if you, then it's around 2/3. And but there's 1/3 of non-IT professionals developing open source, which is a nice mix, and provides some diversity that is usually not found in easily in other tasks that humans do. Just imagine, if you go for an architecture studio, then the people who work there are mostly architects, and you go to a legal company, then they're they are they're lawyers. Here we have a nice mix of IT with non-IT, which is makes also sense, because if you want to make software for non-IT, then one of the good things is to have non-IT people involved. No, and you see marketing, even there are product sales, which is rarely the case. So, but you find university IT and university other sectors are almost the same. It's 5% for IT, 4.3 here for non-IT. So that's an interesting fact. And also the fact that you see, if you sum up university and students, then you get 30%. So it's a professional sector is like 70%, and university is like 30%. So again, we have a nice academic professional mix there of 70% are professionals and 30% come from academia, which is a way as well of communicating and of creating great interactions when you think about innovation, and that's something that is as I say, very, very interesting. Then if you look at contributions, then we asked how many hours per week they usually spend developing free open source software, and you see here that most of them, that's the 3 columns, which is less than 2 hours. The first one here, the purple one, then here the next one is 2 to 5 hours and 6 to 10 hours. So this is few hours a week. Then this already is up to 70%. And the ones who work part-time, 11 to 20 hours or 21 to 40 hours, it's 1/4. And there are people who are professionals with more than 40 hours, so it's 8%. So mostly the contributions, they come from casual developers, which is interesting. So that's no, you have to think that this is again something that is not easy to see in many other human tasks. No, usually you expect that professionals work 40 hours a week, and that people that contribute are professionals. And here you see a large majority, they spend just a couple of hours a week there, and that's something that makes that the rules of how communities work, that they are they're very that they differ from the usual working standard. And here we say we ask them how much time they devote to open source and how much time to proprietary software in general. No, and we see that's here interesting, because I mean in green we have the same numbers as in the previous slide, and we just added the ones in orange. So and then here we see that many of them, if you go to proprietary software, that has changed in the last years. Many of them were software professionals from the proprietary software who developed then in their free time open source software. So that was years ago. This has changed, but years ago it was 60% were professionals from proprietary software, and then in their free time they devote some hours to open source software. Now it's easier to have a career in open source development. So then the amount of open source professionals has now a larger scale. But the important thing here is to see this duality, that many people do both things, and that's an interesting thing. And then this question I like a lot, because it's a little bit a strange question, in the sense that if you look here, we've put the names of significant contributors to free LIBRE open source software. So we just put a name in the survey, and we ask developers, do you know this person? Not personally, have you heard about this person, and so on. And here you have to look at the second column. This first column it just adds 100%, which doesn't make sense because you could choose several names. So it's no. And the thing here is because at that time, and sometimes you still hear that it's like, yeah, they do it just to increase their popularity. So you develop open source software because you want to be popular and so on. So it's about the self-image, the ego, and so on. So let's see in how far this is true. And then we put that name, and here you see this is Linus Torvalds. People know about him. He's the creator of Linux. Richard Stallman. I talked a little bit about Richard Stallman on Monday. He's the proponent of the free software definition, very important here for the zone. Miguel de Icaza was the creator of the GNOME desktop environment. Eric Raymond, we will talk about him tomorrow when we talk about the Cathedral and the Bazaar, which is the development model. Bruce Perens was one of the first key persons in Debian. And then we have here Jamie Sawinski, which was a very well-known hacker. Matthias Ettrich is the KDE desktop environment. And then we have some other here. Well, Georg Schelling is a CD record. That was very important several years ago when we had to have CD-ROMs and move CD around. Now that's not that relevant. But then we have here some other developers, which were the most downloaded. They were the main developers of the most downloaded software at SourceForge at that time, which was the big platform. It was like GitHub today. And here in yellow, these were names that were made up in the sense that these people, they don't exist. So there's no Martin Hofstede, no Angelo Rullini, and no Sal Valiger. So they were put here just to test how to test the sample and to see how how the error rate is. And interestingly enough, if you look here, there are very well known names, usually not because of their contribution to open source, sometimes because of the fairy tale of Linux, of the free software definition. Miguel de Icaza was very well known for other things. So they were the founders, and they made up this story. But here, if we look, Naresh, let me finish this, and then I'm go to your question, please. So, and then if you look at this four developers, they had the most downloaded open source software at that time, and they were almost as known as those developers that were made up. So that means that if it's for being popular, that's really not the case, because you're marginally popular. Look, Arpad Geoffrey is marginally more popular than somebody who doesn't exist. So that's a little bit the point. So yes, there was somebody who was raising his hand and had a question. So please, if you want to open your mic, I'm open to take it. Yeah, Naresh? Or maybe you can write it on the chat.
Yes, Naresh, are you asking the question? Hello, Naresh, are you asking the question? I think we should continue.
Yeah, let's continue, and if Naresh wants to write it on the chat, we can then stop and go back to it. No problem about that. So this, as I was, very interesting because it's not about the about the egos and so on here, or well, the egos maybe come from a different point, but not about development. If you develop, you're not going to get famous, and that's what you see here. On the other side, you can see also the error rate of which is around 3%, which is very low. And interestingly enough, is who knows what about the developer. So it's more known Linux or Linus Torvalds here, slightly more known than Richard Stallman. So people come because of the Linux fairy tale. then they know about the values and free software, foundation and so on, and then you know about other things here which are prominent. These people usually, they are known because they have written things that many people have read, and they attend conferences and so on, or they attended conferences, and that's a little bit the point about this question. So I like it. So here, why do developers join and stay Floss? So you see there are lots of reasons. Here they could choose more than one. I think they could choose up to 4 reasons. And as you see here, in blue, reasons to join. In purple, I don't know what type of color that is, but the other one is reasons to stay. And as you see here, the main reasons to join and to stay are to share knowledge and skills and to learn and develop new skills. So it's more about skills than actually what many people would expect, like making money. So making money is still a reason for joining, 4%, and especially for staying, 12%. And then there are other reasons here that not be a proprietary good, that is more the ethical reasons and so on, or limit the power of large companies. But in general, if you see here, the big shares come from knowledge and skill acquisition, which is a interesting point here. Then we ask them if they earn money, and as you see, most of them do not earn money, nor directly or indirectly. So if you see directly here, we have for administrating, supporting, or developing open source, then we had 44% of the participants, or no, even with other reasons, 50%. Almost of the participants is no. So, and here we had indirectly, because you also work at other things, or the job description, and so again there was directly, indirectly, and then no. And it's 50-50. That has changed in the last years a little bit. Now it's 70-30. So that means that there are more possibilities nowadays to become a professional in this field of open source software. And if you remember from our first lecture on Monday, when we were talking about free software and open source, and we were saying, yeah, if you look at the software, you won't notice, but if you look at people and you ask them, they will say, look, I'm more about free software than about open source. So no, because I'm more about the ethical concerns than about the practical issues. So we asked them, where would you where would you put yourself, in the free software community or in the open source community? And here you see this has also probably changed in the last year. But the important picture is there are people that see I'm more part of the free software community, is like 50%, more part of the open source community, 32%. I really don't care about this ethical thing. It's like 20%. So which means there is let's see, some diversity as well about how people feel about this discussion. So some of them say, okay, free software, I'm more about the ethical things. And today, this might change from survey to survey, but usually it's like that. So it's like between 30 and 50% both things. So there's not a predominant position here. And there are people who say that, no, I don't care. It's always like 20%. So that's how people align themselves. And if we ask me if they are the same, no, if both concepts are the same, then again, around 20% say this doesn't bother to me, but some say yeah, they are not, no, and they are not the same. So in principles they differ, but the work is the same, which I would say is my opinion. But there's a 30% which say no, they're different in ways of thinking and living. So that's the perception that that people have. So there's here it's an interesting meeting point between people that even think different, but then cooperate on the same projects, and that's something that shows up here in this graph. So that would be the political views that you have. So then we have information on the geographic origin. And here we can see a map that we have where developers come from. There have been studies around this, taking as well time zone analysis and so on. So as you see, basically the rule here is there are developers where there is, if you see this same picture with the Earth overnight, then usually when there is lots of light, then you have developers. Usually it's the same here. That you have the same points of light is here. A point is I think it's a certain number of developers. I don't know if it was like 20 developers or 25, and then you see that fits very well with whether there is light. I don't see here a point in Punjab, so that's something to improve. For the next time, we need there a strong free open source community and more developers. I said there are some points in India, as you see, I guess Calcutta, Hyderabad, and so on. But no, Punjab is still a place to develop a little bit more. And then, as you see, it's mainly here the 80%, I think, or over 80%, which the numbers were like 90%. Oh, it's 80%. It's Europe and North America. And then we have also very strong is also as you see, Brazil, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. But yeah, over 80%, it's Western Europe and North America. So just to conclude about what we've seen. So we see here the average developer is young male with a university degree, and if not a university degree at this point, it's pursuing one in the near future. So they are high prepared professionals. There is a mix between IT and non-IT. I was saying 2/3 IT, 1/3 non-IT. There is a tight link of academia with free LIBRE open source software. So you see this is 1/3 to 2/3. So 1/3 is academia because of professors and staff and students, and 2/3 come from the professional world. So this as I say, is a nice situation for talking about much of how much research is affected and education is affected. But one of the things, and that's very interesting in our field, is that many of the development tools and processes, they are taught at university, and it's students who go to companies and with these skills and knowledge, and then in these companies acquire the skills and knowledge. So I'm thinking about Git. Git was or is taught now in many universities, and it's part of the development skills that you acquire at university. So now Git is very widespread as a skill, but at first it was not that much known in industry, but in many university courses they took over Git and they were working on Git, and then these students moved to industry, and when they entered industry, it's when they when industry saw that we have here a better system than Subversion or CDS, which was the system used beforehand, and then let's take this. So there's here a question. Yes, please, Rahdeep. If you can open your mic, or you can do it on in the chat, I will be very, very grateful. I don't know if there is a problem with opening the mics, or if I have to do something, because I see your hand raised, but I cannot hear anything, and I don't know if I have to do anything opening the mic, or Oh yeah,
Uh,
I hear something. Ah no, that's you,
yeah,
Colin. Okay.
I think she can open her mic. No problem in that. Rajdeep, can you hear me, Rajdeep? I think she can open her mic. No problem in that. So either like it is by mistake she has raised her hand. Something. So
हाँ जी मैम.
okay. So Rajdeep, are you asking question?
No मैम.
Okay. So probably that was by mistake. Okay.
Okay, no problem, no problem. So that's good. I mean, that's that way I see there is life on the other side of no of my laptop. So no problem, even if it was by mistake and so on. So and I see Rafdip is again raising the hand. So I say hello here. So as I was saying, it's like this course where you get some knowledge about free and libre open source software, and then you might get interested into the topic, and then you go with your ideas to the IT sector. And that's very, very relevant. And many other things when you try to adopt a new technology, then usually or often this is done at universities, and then again students get because of the characteristics that we were talking the other day on of open source software, that it it benefits distribution, and that you get a copy and that you may use it because it's for free and you can develop with it and you can use it. And so that makes that having this mix of academia and industrial environment, that's very important. So the next thing, the thing is, we have a Pareto law in the education hours. The law of Pareto is like, it says that 80% of the work is done by 20% of the participants. So there is a small share of participants that devote a lot of time. These are the key developers. We will call them tomorrow core developers. And the core developers, they are the ones who make over 80% of the work. And this is interesting because the rest of the 80% of the participants, they just make 20%. But this 20% is very relevant. Because of many reasons. The first one, it's 20%, and it's your users, and they fix their things that they are concerned that they use. Reason number one. Reason number two is because some users that start small, they may become big developers, big contributors to the project in the near future. So it's a way of joining the project. And there is a lot of research literature on the problems that new joiners face when they enter open source projects. But one of the things, I mean, the only rule is that usually you enter a project by doing things, and then having small contributions at first is the usual thing, and then you might potentially contribute with more things and become a core developer, which, as I say, are the ones who are in charge of the project and devote a lot of time and effort to it, and generally produce more than 80% of the code and so on. The next point was that we've seen that the motivations are mainly non-monetary and non-egocentric. So it's people come to this world because they want to learn and they want to share skills and they want to participate in something new, and that's their motivation. I have to say this is self-reported, so there might be a bias because sometimes we speak of ourselves better than the reality, but at least the self-reported conclusions that we can see from the survey is that and that's something we notice with especially when they start with university students and so on. They see that, I see question. No, you see that they see this is a world where they can collaborate with others, over the internet, and that's very, very appealing to them. Can you specify some fields in addition to IT, computer science, where you can use Floss? Well, that's very interesting question. Now that we know in the next session we're going to talk about business models. So nowadays, Floss is pervasive. You can see it in any other sector. I mean, it's if you go, and for instance, in the last time, with all this high tech that is going into biology, with with the with DNA and all this, you see there's a lot of software, which is for instance, the BioPython community and is big on in open source development. So they started like 15 years ago to create programs for biology and for in research and so on, and this has become their a very big share of what biologists do, and then they learn now Python and so on. So the other thing is, for instance, now with big, with all these analysis with big data and financial systems. Now they everything that it has also a little bit to do with blockchain and so on. So this all the infrastructure there is open source, and all the programs. If you look about pandas and so on, and one I mean, if you look at each market, then it is you find open source projects there. It's true that one of the things that if we would have talked like 10 years ago, then I would say, almost all software that you use is based on free software or much of it. Nowadays, this is not much true, because we moved here from now with mobile phones, and many of the apps that we have there in the mobile phone, they are really freeware or shareware, and that's something that has changed in the last 10 years. There are not that many apps for instance, for Android or for the iPhone that are purely open source. There are some of them, and there are some distributions of apps that are open source, but mainly here the app ecosystem in the mobile phone, it's freeware or shareware. And beyond the point that really Android here is based on open source. I mean, Android is Linux based, and part of it is free software, not all of it, because they have some. We will talk now about the business models, and some of it is proprietary. And actually, if you go to the iPhone, the operating system is based on BSD kernel and so on. So the thing is, remember about the licenses that we were talking on Monday? Many or much of the infrastructure that you find in Google, on Facebook, and in Apple and so on, they are open source programs, usually with a permissive license, sometimes not, but and then they, based on this software, they create their products. And then if the license is permissive, then they can do a proprietary system. So that's why nowadays we say open source has become mainstream. It's not something that is a niche there. So everybody knows about open source. It actually, if all companies and you go, and all big IT companies, they have their open source programs. Now even Microsoft says they are an open source company, and you can see that with all the others. Oracle, they bought Sun, which had a lot of open source, and you look at SAP, and you look at the big companies, and they, for one or the other reason, they use open source. Maybe the users are not aware of that, but that's a little bit the point. So thanks for the question, Poonam. So as I say, I'm happy to take more questions, and I hope to have solved your question. And if not, in like 10 minutes, we'll have shortly 10 minutes of a break, and then we will talk about business models, and then that's gonna be one of the main questions. Now, who uses it and why? And then we've got a second one. Looking at the sponsorship options available nowadays, can we expect people in the future joining OSS more for monetary benefits? Yes, that's one of the points. I mean, you can nowadays, probably the chances that you make a career in open source software are higher than before. So I know many students of mine who have been open source developers for their whole career. So that's the, I would say, the corollary of the previous no, of the answer to the previous question is that it has become mainstream. And as part of this becoming mainstream, you can become an open source professional, and you work on open source your whole life. And there's a lot of there's a big job market, and actually it's highly demanded. No, there are many. If you look at the job posts, many of them demand open source skills. So that's no, there's a shortage worldwide of IT professionals, and especially in open source, they're highly demanded. How can coding impact the future? Oh, I see, Poonam. Two questions here. Do you think governments play a role in promoting the use of? Yeah, they play a big role. So there have been. We can talk a little bit about that afterwards when we talk about education. But there have been programs to promote open source. This always takes time, because you have to move lots of resources and lots of people. But for many reasons, governments are interested in Floss software. One of them is because you can have local companies developing. Just imagine, we were talking about adaptation in the first day. So this is a software that comes from America, from Europe, but you have to adapt it to the Indian context, and then you can contract that to an Indian company who knows better about the context than a European company, and then that brings many benefits. The second one is about security, no, because you do not depend on a foreign institution or a foreign company, and then you can see their code and so on. And and then the other one is about also about cost and transparency and so on. So governments play and have played a big role. So they're big proponents of open source software. And Ina asked how coding can impact the future. So that's a good question. I mean, I should have started that with in the first day. So software has become today a very valuable asset. So if you go to many companies in Europe, and I think that's worldwide the case, you go to for instance, you go to a car maker in Germany. There's a very big car maker in the Bavarian zone, and they've been making cars for 100 years. Now the biggest cost for making a car is its software. So these car makers, they don't make cars. Of course, they sell cars, but still nowadays, still new in the last 10 years, is this they have more software developers hired than industrial engineers. That's the thing about, for instance, Tesla. Tesla is a software engineering company, and these other traditional car makers, they come more from the industrial side. So software is becoming, or is eating the world in that regard, and part of it, a big part of it is open source because of these reasons that we are talking. I hope this addresses your question. So let me finish, because we're a little bit above time. It's 31. So as I say here, for developers, main motivation is sharing and learning. And good coding does not always mean reputation. Usually, if you want reputation, you should write natural language and write about open source more than coding. In coding, people use it, but they don't read it as much. You have a very big audience, but they don't personally know you. So this was it about open source developers. I hope you enjoyed this last hour and know a little bit more about who they are and what they are and why they do it. I'm still happy to take questions. If not, we have here now scheduled a break, because I'm 2 minutes over time. I'm sorry about that. So the break is like 10 minutes. Then let's stretch your legs and so on, and we meet like 10 minutes. So we will start in the next session, which will be very interesting, open source business models. So we will start then in 10 minutes. So thanks again for your attention, and see you in 10 minutes. no, this is a system that is now interactive and allows you to answer some questions. And the actually here I'm gonna do one for business models, which I created. And let me put it here. So it's loading. Yeah, got it. And 1 second, it says play up to 10 players. Here, let's see, let's start. Maybe it's a pin. It gives you here the game pin. So basically what you have to do is follow the instructions that it says here. Go to this place, this URL, www.kahoot.it, and then you will see there a form, and there you will have to introduce the game pin, which is 1249893. So I'm writing here in the chat. Go to Kahoot IT, insert pin, which is 1249893. And if you do that, actually I think I saw it's limited now to 10. So maybe if that's the limitation, then only the 10 first we'll have to do, we'll have the possibility to do it. I don't know if that's a limitation. Let me check. If not, it's gonna be restricted to 10. I will have to look for if I do another Kahoot so that more people join. But I thought it didn't have any restriction. So I see you're joining, which is good. Fantastic. You can use your name or an alias. It's not required that you use your name. So if you join, just remember kahoot.it and insert that pin, which I've shared with you in the chat. And then when we are 10, we're going to start. Probably you hear the music. I see 6 still. Please join. Don't be shy. This is going to be fun. It just makes you some questions. It's like a quiz, like a TV quiz. And then it's about what we've been talking in the previous session. We lose 1, 5. So please, I see 29 in the room. I myself am 2 times, and I know the coordinators and so on. So there should be more people, attending. So this is just to have some activity that is different from me talking, which I'm already talking enough. It would be fantastic if I would be in India. I love Indian food. Also, I have to say, when I ask for it, I don't like it when it's spicy. So that's probably not the typical food you have, and the typical Indian, what we would call Indian food. But I'm not used to that much spices. So it would have been nice to be there in India in face to face. So really we cannot do that. So one of the things that I've thought is, let's do a Kahoot. You will see, you will like it. We're 8, and when it comes to 10, I will press the start button. So still 2 to go, and then we can you will see how it works. So those who are joining now, if you look at the chat, there are the instructions. You have to go to a website, which is www.kahoot.it, and insert a number, which is the pin, which is given there in the chat, and you can see there 1249893, 9 people, 1 more, and we start with the Kahoot. I'm pressing here the start button, and you will see on your screens it makes questions, and you have several choices, and you have to try to choose the correct one. So we arrived at 10. Fantastic. Well done. I'm very happy about that. So I'm clicking the start button. So I hope you are all prepared. Let's see what happens. So Kahoot for business models. Let's go for it. It starts in 3, 2, 1, 0. This is a true or false. Hardly no one lives from developing Floss. Is this true or is this false? Hardly no one lives from developing Floss. So please answer just by clicking on true or false. I see one answer. We still have 15 seconds there. True answers. Remember, the question is hardly no one lives from developing open source software. Is this true or is this false? Still 3 seconds for answers. Well, this is false. There are lots of people living from developing open source software. We've seen that from the business model. So, well, we got 4 answers. 3 were wrong. 1 was correct. So congratulations for the correct one. I know. I hope in the next question we got more participation because we were 10 online. Okay, so I'm going for the next question. So let's see. Well, there's the scoreboard. Sadhana got 733 points. So you get more points the faster you responded, of course, if it's correct. So here, no, well done for Sadhana. I hope all the others, get as good as you've done in the first question. So let's go for the next one. So this is a quiz, there are 4. So which business strategies to have a Floss version and a proprietary version? And is it open core, dual licensing, platform providers, or legal certification and consulting? So please make your choices. You still have 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. Go for it. Go for it. 5 on 6 answers. Go on 6 answers. So we're getting better. So the business strategy having a Floss version and a proprietary version is called dual licensing. This was the one that we've seen for MySQL. And actually, if you look at it, 3 out of you 6 got it right. So fantastic. So let's look at the scoreboard. And now you see we've got the top 3 with Inderdeep, Mehak, and Sadhana. And yeah, well done. So we still have some questions to go. I'm pressing next. True or false? Monopolistic practices are common with free LIBRE open source software. Is this true or is this false? Are monopolistic practices common with open source software? True or false? Please answer. We have 6 answers, 7. Fantastic. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go get up to the 10, which were there. 7 answers. That's the maximum I get, I see. And no, we've seen monopolistic practices are not common with open source software because anyone can create a business model around anything. No, there's no monopoly granted like in proprietary software. So the correct answer here is false. 3 of you have pressed false, which is good. So if we look here at the scoreboard, we have changes. Well, not many changes. Mehak was second, now he's first. Then it's Poonam, and then we've got Inderdeep in the top 3. And well, this is the top 5. Kaloon and Sadhana are there. So fantastic. We still have questions to go, so this might change. Please concentrate yourselves and let's go for the next question. This is a quiz. Which business strategy is to mix Floss and proprietary elements? Is it open core, dual licensing, platform providers, or legal certification and consulting? So please, Floss strategy to mix Floss and proprietary element, open core, dual licensing, platform providers, legal certification. 7 answers. And it's open core. It's when you mix proprietary elements with an open core. You have a software which is open, and then you mix proprietary element. And here you put dual licensing. Okay, it's dual licensing. Really, you don't mix elements. What you do is you have the same product, and this same product you offer it with 2 different licenses. That's why you don't mix elements. You have the same thing. So here, when you mix it, it's called open core. So only one has the correct answer, which here it was Interdeep, who got to the top 2. So Mehak is still leading, then Interdeep, and then Poonam, Kalon, and Sadhana are there in the top 5. Fantastic for this top 5. Let's hope for the best for the next question, which is gonna run next. So, true or false? Floss by itself is a business model. Is this true or is this false? Is Floss by itself a business model? True or false? Oh, I see it says 80 seconds. For whatever reason, I configured it probably wrong, and it should be faster. I got 8 answers. Okay, so all the 9 responded. So this is false. Floss by itself is not a business model. There are many business models, but Floss by itself cannot be a business model. It's just it's a type of let's say having licenses on software and maybe many more things, but not a business model. So that's this here is false. 3 of you have answered the correct one. So if we look at the scoreboard, we got some changes. I see Mehak is on the top of the list with some advantage over the second. The second is Sadhana, which has become second. Then there's Inderdeep, and there is Masharma in 4th place and last in the top 5. Not last, it's top 5. So the 5th one is Poonam. So well done. Let's go for the next question. So we go here for a quiz. Which business strategy is to have superior knowledge, additional services? Is it open core? Is it dual licensing? Is it platform providers? Or is it product specialists? Business strategy, superior knowledge, additional services. Which one of the 4 listed below is the correct one? We got 7 answers, 8 answers, 9 answers. Fantastic. All of you, and fantastic. Now for the 6 out of 9 responded the correct question, which is product specialists. Those who have the superior knowledge and they offer additional services, that's the one who goes for product specialists. So 6 of you have responded correctly. That means that you will get lots of points. Oh, here only Poonam raises from the 5th to the 4th place. So this makes that it's becoming narrow in the top one. Okay, let's move. We have still some questions to go. True or false? The organization model of Libre software allows to provide services in a more profitable, scalable, and sustainable way. Is this true or is this false? Yeah, true or false? Does Libre software provide services in a more profitable, scalable, and sustainable way? True or false? And I see now here they put a video. So it's true. No, you can do it in more profitable, more scalable, and more sustainable way. And it's the correct answer that has been chosen by 6 of you. And if we go to the scoreboard, we have now a new leader. It's Sadhana, who was after the first question was on top. Now again here on top with some advantage over the rest. I see the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, which is Poonam, Mehak, Masharma, and Anurid. They are close together in 400 points. So they are very close together. So this is going to be interesting. We still have 8, 9, 10. We have still 4 questions to go. So there is still of points still in the game. So let's go for the next one. So quiz. What project has been historically been known for its dual licensing business strategy? Linux, OpenStack, MySQL, or GIMP? So dual licensing business strategy. Who has done it? Is it Linux? Is it OpenStack? Is it MySQL? Or is it GIMP? So 7 answers. We still have much time. So still 30 seconds to go, 9 answers. So, okay, 10 answers came in. So the correct answer was MySQL. Oh, that this is historically because they changed it, but this was their invention. So that's why they are credited for the dual licensing business strategy. And as you see, 4 of you out of 10 got it correctly, which is fantastic. No, it's the one with the most answers. And let's see how this changes. So I see, Poonam has a streak with 3 correct answers in a row. Fantastic, Poonam. That brings him on top of the scoreboard with a slight advantage over Mihek. And there is Sadhana. Oh, the top 3 are in less than 200 points. And then we have Inderdeep and Kalon. So fantastic, 3 questions to go. So now it becomes serious. Let's go. Next question it's a quiz. The vast majority of companies use the following business model. No, Floss business model. Open core, product specialists, platform providers, or legal certification and consulting. So which of these 4 is the business model that is used more frequently? Go, go, go. 4 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Go, go, go. Yeah. Okay, 8 answers. And nobody chose. So the vast majority I shown in that was the last slide of the last session when you were tired by then. So the vast majority, they use product specialists. So they create the software and then they provide services on top of that. And that's the one that almost half of the companies were using. And actually, legal certification and legal consulting is not that frequent. So that's here what the majority have shown. So if we go here, there's no change in the scoreboard because nobody chose the correct answer. That's no problem. We still have some questions to go. So please concentrate yourself. I'm gonna press the next button. We get some music probably. We get to the quiz. The main source of revenues in Floss business models is replacement costs, selling licenses, production costs, services. Where does revenue come from? Services, selling licenses, replacement costs, or production costs? What do you think? 6 answers, 7 answers, 8. Okay, fantastic. Services, you got it right. No, 7 out of the 8 got it right, let's look here how the scoreboard changes. I think there's no change in the positions, but you get more points. So there is Poonam first, then Mehak, Sadhana, Inderdeep, and Kaloon. So well done. I think we still have one question to go. Let's see. I press here next. And this is a quiz. This is not a quiz, so I'm sorry. I am sorry about this. God, so here the correct answer is gonna be correct answer probably. So this is a bug in my Kahoot. So I'm sorry about that because this is end with an easier question. We want students to feel smart after check the report to see how they performed. So I'm sorry about it. You can choose correct answer, related answer, similar answer, or funny answer. So the thing here is this is the template and I didn't remove it. So this was a bug on my side. And still the correct answer is the correct answer. Still, I see you pointed out to the funny answer to a similar answer. Well, it's I'm sorry about this last question, but yeah, when doing it, I didn't test it because I know the so here the podium is with almost 4,000 points. It's Sadhana. An applause. That's number 3. Number 2, Mehak, 4,000, 5 out of 6, and 6 out of 11. That's Poonam. Fantastic, Poonam. That's the podium. It's a big applause, so you can see the runners up. It's Inderdeep. And that was too fast. I didn't get the 5th one. I'm sorry about it. But congratulations to all of you. So good. This was the Kahoot for the business model. So I hope you have enjoyed it. There is in the next session I will there is another Kahoot that I've prepared. So let me close this. Let me put here next. No, okay, this is here. I have the analytics, which I'm really now not that much interested in. And then let's go back to business to normal business, and I'm presenting like slides. So yeah, congratulations, Poonam, Mehak, and Sadhana. So fantastic. We have another Kahoot. If you have liked it, I will start the next session with another Kahoot, because I think it's better that I don't speak for the 5 hours I have today, that you know you have at least some activity doing. So let's talk Floss in the classroom. So here, what Floss offers is 5 possibilities to reproduce, to adapt, to explore, to share, and to focus. And I'm going to go into these different possibilities that we have, and that I think offers good perspectives from what can be done in education. So to reproduce. So the nice thing, it's easy to reproduce a learning environment. That means once you have set up something, usually it's very cost effective to do it again. It's at a very low cost, and you don't have to negotiate with providers. So just imagine you create an environment where you go here with the Raspberry Pi. Here, the Raspberry Pi, that's a piece of hardware, which with many connectors, which the price here of the fourth generation ranges from 30 to 50 euro. There are cheaper versions of the Raspberry Pi, and as you see, you can use this, and you have lots of information. Raspberry Pi education, Raspberry Pi. Let's say pi.org education. I did something wrong here. Raspberry Pi org education. Let's go for Raspberry Pi, because education, it's learn. But they change it to learn and so on. So you can here learn at home, and then you have a guide for parents, and then you can do it at home, and you can see, well, no, there is an introduction, and there are lots of things that you can do. See, this girl is programming the Raspberry Pi with Scratch, which I will show next. And here you can see with some cables, and here this is another version of the Raspberry Pi. No, this kit is doing things, and then they are combining the software world with the with the real world. So the nice thing is, you don't need to buy licenses for this. Usually here you can, you need the hardware, which is a Raspberry Pi. But once you got a learning environment, and you got the Raspberry Pi and so on, you can reproduce this learning environment at a very low cost. And that's, of course, very beneficial, because you can, it's the difficult things, and in education is the pedagogy that learners learn and understand and acquire the skills. So once you've got something that is working, you don't need to go and you can go to a new place, and you don't need to buy a new license. You don't need to to borrow something for anywhere. You just can see what is happening in another institution, and you think, oh, this is a good idea. I like the activities that you do with the Raspberry Pi. So actually buying some Raspberry Pis, which comes at a low cost. It depends. This is the expensive one, but there are cheaper ones. And you see, you can connect many things here to the Raspberry Pi, and can do many interesting things. If you go to the site, there are people that put the Raspberry Pi in a balloon, and then the balloon goes there. It sends pictures of what it is seeing, and you can see the balloon rising in the pictures it sends, and that's very, very it's one of the things that my kids like a lot. So the important thing is, once you get some practices from one place, and this is one which needs hardware, but many of them is done with software. You get a specific software where you use, for instance, the GIMP. The GIMP is here. GIMP it's the GNU image manipulation program. That's like a Photoshop in the open source Photoshop. And then you can see here many of the tutorials, and you can see quickies for simple graphics without learning to leave, and making a heart shape with selection, circle shaped images, layer mask, basic color curves, and so on. So you've got here, look, basic color curves, how you can change the pixels, and and how you can enhance, as you see the picture from here to here, and you have the linear materials, and you can show in your arts work how this works and so on. And this is as I say, reproduce is fairly doable. The second point is to adapt. So the thing is not only reproduce something that somebody else has been doing. It's possible to take it and to adapt it to your context. So you can reshape it, and combine. Actually, you can, for instance, here with the GIMP, you can take this picture and follow here the procedure. And you see here how it's changing, and at the end, look the final part. So let's see here you play with the curves, and this is the final. You get something like this, and compare it with this one, this previous one to the final one. You can see it here. The colors are more saturated, and the image is much better. But the thing is, you can adapt it. You don't need to go this path, this specific path. So you have the freedom to adapt it and take another picture. Maybe this is not the best one here to play with. I don't know, with 12-year-old kids, and you take a more one of their context, one with cricket or whatever, one of the Taj Mahal, or and then you play around with that picture, that one that is appealing for the kids. And this is something that you can do with open source and with Floss ideas very, very easily. One of the things where you can adapt very well is, for instance, with a Scratch environment. So if you go here to the Scratch page, so Scratch is a block-based learning environment. You will see. I will show you. You probably know the Pac-Man. So this is the Pac-Man here in Scratch. So I'm sure you have played this game. You are here, and you have to eat the dots, and then you have to try that the ghosts don't eat you. I'm very bad at the Pac-Man, as you see, but this can be done using block-based programming. So if you are from IT, what is happening here, what they call sprites, these are the objects, that's sprites, and you see here the ghost. And the ghost, you can see here all the instructions. So the Pac-Man is not really an easy program, but you can see here nice, that the instructions here. I say, well, you have the dots in the program. All the dots here are put .3, .4, .5, and they have these programs are easy. Look, when we press here, you show in a place. So each dot, as you see, has a different place because they are sitting. And then if you touch the Pac-Man, so the Pac-Man is this one. If you are touched, then you hide and change the score by 10 and change the dots by 1. So you decrement the number of dots, and you change the score by adding 10. And when backdrop switches to backdrop 2, then you hide. So this is the stage, and then the backdrops. When it's game over, you hide. This is backdrop 2. So this is how it works. So it's very simple. So as you see, when I press with .5, when I press here, then .5 appears, which maybe doesn't matter. It's this dot when I gets to the Pac-Man. So this is one thing. So the nice thing of Scratch is not only that that you can program it as block-based programming, and that's good for kids. The nice thing here is that you can go, and if you go to the project page here, what you can do if you I need to sign in, and the thing is, here you can fork the project. That means you can, no, and you see here the remixes. That's the here forks, they call it remixes. What's a fork? What's a remix? A remix is a copy of the project, but your own copy, in the sense that if you go here, this Pac-Man was done by C. Daniels 7088, and you got here different versions of the Pac-Man. This is a version by King Kong 528, and he created a version that he adapted. As you see, he changed some things here. I don't know what's so he slightly changed the the Pac-Man. So if you look inside, he took some of the I don't know here if he touched something. I don't know if he changed something, but he changed several things here in the Pac-Man. So what's the lesson to be learned here? And the same applies here for this is Scratch, and this is MIT App Inventor, which allows you also through block-based programming to create programs. It's block-based programming, both of things. Also MIT App Inventor, it allows you to create mobile phone applications. And I hear you from your comments that in the 6th standard they use Scratch in the class assignments. That's here for primary and secondary school, very often the case. So they start with Scratch, and then they move to MIT App Inventor in secondary school because it's a little bit more complex, and then sometimes they go to Python. That's what we see in it. Python is as well an open source language, so it's good to learn coding at an early stage. And we have here the tools. They're open source tools, and actually it's not only the tools, it's that here, that's why it's important when I say to adapt, is that you can adapt. The kids learn to take something, and they don't have it to take something as it is only. They can take it and adapt it by reshaping it, as we've seen here with the remixes in Scratch. That's very important. That they know that they can do that, because they don't have to start from nothing. They can already start from, for instance, here from the Pac-Man. So another example that I like a lot is here. If you go to I leave the page, for instance, for the Mother's Day, because Pac-Man is complex, and then here a nice program, Happy Mother's Day. That's better for a starting. So let's see. I just took it at random. Let's see what this project does. So Happy Mother's Day. So now a kid could start with this program and adapt it to her mother, and that's easier than starting from zero, from a blank page. And then you see here, this program is not as you see, not as difficult as the Pac-Man. Here the place where is that more difficult, but if you see it, it's not really very hard code is here. So important thing here is, again, not only the tools are open source, it's the mentality that you can adapt what you do with the tools, and that's where really the learning comes. Many of the things that we do, they are not innovative per se, or innovation is not a big thing. Sometimes innovation is a small step forward. You take ideas granted from others and you add something which is very small, and that is new, but you don't have to do anything. And that's also something to learn in the classroom, and open source lets you that. And that's not that easy to do if you have proprietary software. So that's important. So next thing to do, it's to explore. So the thing is, we have many tools in open source which you can do, and then you can use many of them and test them and evaluate them, and there are less barriers to change the tool. So I've shown previously the GIMP, but you have lots of tools that you can use here. This is from Max, which is a Spanish distribution for education, but there are many distributions there for educations. And then here there are general use tools. That's what it says here in Spanish. And this you have GIMP, which is like the open source Photoshop. You have Chromium, which is the web browser. Your Firefox is another web browser. You have here Audible, and this is this, I don't know the name for this, but this is a video, where you can edit videos. You have the LibreOffice suite, where you can do from word processing to spreadsheets to presentations and so on. Rhythmbox, where you can hear to music. This is for the email, and this is VLC for watching videos. So these are general purpose tools that you can use. They're open source and they are there, but then there are specific tools that you can use for for educational purposes, from geography to the stars. I really, though these are, many of them are for school systems, so I don't use them. But this is for music. I remember this is a scratch that we've seen. I don't know what plop is now, but so let's see plop. Oh yeah, it's a chocolateware, but let's put open source. Another project. Consistency made simple. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, it looks like the 3D modelers. Is it with double B? Yeah. Open source with double B. Yeah. So it looks like it's a 3D modeler and so on. So and this is for chemistry and for biology. So you've got lots of tools that are out there, and which you can explore and use it in your lessons. For instance, this with the stars, it's very nice. Now they have a mobile phone version, and then you can go to to the mountain somewhere where there is not much light created by humans, and you can watch there, and you can see the map of the stars, and you can tell your kids where the stars and where the other planets are. So that's something that is easy to do. And actually, if you look, usually this is from this distribution, which is Spanish, but this is something that is in general. You have a categorization of the tools, and there are many tools. So I think in the latest Ubuntu version there are like 30,000 packages. So there is a lot, from FreeCAD, Slicer, is Broadcaster, the OBS, that's for video and taking videos and recording videos and so on. So there are many tools out there. It's just a matter of exploring. And in the next version, if you have to decide for one, I can tell you how to evaluate them. But here, for playing around and so on, this is inexpensive because the tools are out there and so on. Then there is the point about sharing. So we've been talking about taking from others, adapting, exploring. And once we've found a nice idea, it's nice to share it around it and to tell other people. So share your changes, share your experiences, share your adaptations. So the thing is, as we've seen then from the Scratch platform, if you do that, anyone can benefit from what is shared. Anyone can see what you've done. Anyone can start this cycle from the beginning. They can do the same as we've done, which is take and reproduce, take and adapt. And finally, if you share it, they can do the same. So one nice thing of sharing is there are now many initiatives about sharing in the open content environment. So this is when I'm talking about sharing, I'm now not talking about software, which we've talked so far a lot about open source software. I'm talking about your materials and your ideas and writing about them. So there's this open educational resources, which are now widely adopted by many institutions. So for instance, here at the Open University, they have the Open Learn Initiative. Let's see, Open Learn Initiative at OU, at the Open University, which is here in distance university from the UK. And here, if you see, they have lots of materials, no? And lots of interesting things that you can take and that others have shared. And this is given as a free course, as you see, from 2 hours to 25 hours, no? Introduction to adolescent mental health and so on. So this is, to some extent, one, I don't, I see here, if I can share the links of these tools, I can do that. I mean, at the end, I will share my slides, and then some of the URLs are there, and if not, I could provide them upon request. So here, what I was telling is this open educational resources. Sometimes they appear just there, or sometimes they are given as a video or as a free course. This is something that probably like the MOOCs, the massive online open courses, and there are some places like edX here, which provides you with 3,500 courses, it says, and this is edX is from MIT, Harvard University, Berkeley. So the most significant institutions, at least at the university level worldwide, and they've come together and they offer these courses, like now HTML5 and CSS fundamentals. You can go here. So, sometimes, it depends. Look here, it says it's free. So they have different business models. Some of them are free, and then if you want to have a certificate that you have completed it, then you have to pay for the certificate. No, this is optional. Some of them are sort of freemium. Attending the course is free, but if you send an assignment and you want feedback and so on, then you have to pay for that. And some of them you have to pay in advance. But this depends on the business model. As you see here, this is free, and you can upgrade. And here it starts tomorrow, and then it starts on April 5. So it's and it says it's 6 weeks, 4 to 6 hours per week, and this is one edX. The other one, so let me see, because MOOCs, there are several places where to have MOOCs, and I don't remember the other big one. One is edX, as I see here, and the other one, which is, let's see, MOOCs on artificial intelligence, which is the famous one on artificial intelligence. This from Stanford. This is where all this started, and where was it? The other, it's Coursera, the other one. So sorry about that, because I didn't remember. So one, as I was saying, is edX, and the other one is Coursera. I'm writing it on the chat. And the Coursera, here you have this. Coursera offers lots of courses, again, from Facebook marketing to data engineering to things that are not IT. So innovation, entrepreneurship, and many other courses in here, innovation, statistics, science of well-being, financial markets. So it doesn't have to be, and here it's Illinois, Duke, Google, Michigan, Stanford, and so on. So this is the other platform. And they have a similar model. So for instance, if we go back to the machine learning, this is famous because this was like 10 years ago when Andrew Ng offered this course as a MOOC for the first time, and then almost 500,000 people showed up and immatriculated in the project. So if you see, more than 4 million people have enrolled in this project, which is, if you think about it, that's fantastic. And this one, you can see here, it's in English, approximately 61 hours to complete, 100% online, and you have earn a certificate upon completion. I think the business model here again is you can do it for free. If you want to have the certificate, you will have to pay for it. Let's see. It's in enrollment options. It's where it says. It doesn't say much about the enrollment options. No, it's to purchase the certificate, and let's see how much it costs. It doesn't say how much, which is a pity at least. Somewhere it should say, and it's starting today. Well, so that's no, that's the other thing of here open educational resources, and one of them is are the MOOCs, the massive online open courses. One nice thing when you do this, when you share, is you have to put a license, but this is not software. So the software license are not thought for this type of texts and music and so on. The software licenses are not thought for that, so there are licenses specific for them. And one set of very famous licenses are the Creative Commons license. If you go here to creativecommons.org, you will see there are here some ways of share your work, and they explain you how to do it. And here basically you can donate your work to the public domain, or you can maintain some rights. You can say, look, I want to have attribution, so they can use it, of course, but they have to, if they reuse it, they have to say it's based on my work. You can say no, non-commercial, so they cannot sell it. No derivative is that they cannot modify it, so they can use it, but I don't want adaptations of it. And share alike is if you do modifications under the same terms. This is like the copyleft idea. And you can combine these rights with logical exceptions. I mean, you cannot do what's here is no derivative and share alike. They are mutually exclusive. I mean, if you don't want derivatives, you cannot put share alike, because this share alike is only for derivatives. No, so here you maintain some rights reserved. No, not all rights reserved, like in copyright. In Creative Commons, you can do that, and this is sure. No, and always before you do that, we've seen that from software, but it's good to go over it. Make sure your work is copyrightable in the sense that it's yours, or if not, it comes from something that is compatible with what you want to do. Make sure that you have the rights, that it's yours, and so on. Make sure you understand how Creative Commons license operate, because once you provide a license, it's non-revocable. You cannot go backward. And then be specific about what you are licensing and so on. So and it's very popular, because if you go to Creative Commons, there is a simple web tool where you can go here, creativecommons.org. As I say, this is not for software, just for the other ones. So you can here share your work, and let's see where the tool is. And here it explains you what I've been telling you, and licensing considerations. Here it's the type of, as you see, each license and each combination of licenses has its own image, and here it says what people can do with it. And here is the license chooser. So see how simple it is allow adaptations of your work, yes. Allow commercial use of your work, yes. And then this would be the license, which is attribution. If yes, as long as they share alike, then it's attribution share alike, and no, then it's only, if you see, that's non-derivative. And here it's, when we do this, it's non-commercial. This one would be Creative Commons attribution. So please say I'm the creator, non-commercial use, no derivatives. You cannot change it. The one I usually like the most is this one. It's attribution share alike, in the sense that this is like the GPL, copylefted, so you can adapt it, but please, if you do that, under the same terms. And that's why it's so popular. As you see, if you take it, we have 6 combinations of Creative Commons licenses. There is attribution non-commercial. So attribution is, say it has been done by myself, and then you can create derivatives, and you can sell it, and so on. Then it's attribution non-commercial, in the sense that please say I'm the creator, but you cannot sell it. There's attribution no derivative work. So You have to say that I'm the creator, but please don't make derivatives. There's attribution and share alike. So you can make adaptations, but under the same rules, it should be attribution share alike. Attribution, non-commercial, no derivatives works. So say it's by me, you cannot sell it, you cannot change it. And attribution, non-commercial share alike is you have to say it's by me, you cannot sell it. If you adapt it, you have to do it under an attribution non-commercial share alike license. So one might think, yeah, why do we want no derivative work? Sometimes it makes sense if you have a text and it's an opinion, it's an essay, and you don't want it to be changed, not even a comma, then you put no derivative works. People like the non-commercial one. I don't think that's a good idea because non-commercial is always difficult. So just think that institutions sometimes you pay tuition, even if it's small. Then is that a commercial circumstance or isn't it? So it's not that easy. So usually that's why I prefer number 4, attribution share alike, which allows other people to reuse it, to make changes, and if they want it, to sell it. I mean, usually the chances that they sell it are very low because we've talked about business models in Floss. Here it's the same. If somebody sells it, everybody can sell it. So that means if somebody sells it, it's going to be at the marginal cost, and that's usually not much money. And the thing is, here with this number 4, you are maximizing distribution, and that's sometimes or usually what you want. There are other special Creative Commons licenses. I won't go through them, but there's like public domain and for sampling music and so on. And well, this is something, if you want to go more into detail, you can go into the web page. It's not very important now, but it's just that there are more. So, and the last thing is to focus. So if you think about what we've talked, reproduce, adapt, share, explore, and focus on the teaching in the classroom. So we have empowered the educator, we have empowered the learner. So we don't need providers, and we minimize the management of licenses. So the focus has to be on education and not on the commercial context, and that's important. So focus is on learning, skill acquisition, and not on the commercial stuff that is out there for education. And that's, I think, the new possibilities that Floss gives in the classroom. And the big one is you have lots of freedom, and of course it's not only limited to software. There are other free resources that we have seen, the MOOCs, texts, and so on, the open educational resources. So there is a myriad of things beyond Floss that can be used in the classroom. And as always, we take here the superheroes. This gives us great powers, and great powers come with a great responsibility. So that was it on my side on education. I don't know if there are any questions.
So there aren't any questions, and I think we are behind the schedule as well. I mean, we are over the schedule 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry about
Yeah.
that. I think
No
now
problem.
on my clock it's punctually, so I thought but I'm sorry.
Okay,
Maybe
no problem,
I
no problem.
I got it wrong. So.
I think we should go for a 10 minutes break then and continue after that
Yes,
for the last session.
we have 10 minutes of break, and then we are back in 10 minutes. So
Okay.
thanks to all, and see you in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So, welcome back. This is now the last session of the day. This is going to be the fourth session. So, I see 18 in the room. Let's wait again for a couple of minutes for others to join. I appreciate your effort of being here all the time. No, I know this is going to be a long afternoon if you have attended if it's 3 hours already and 2 hours to go. So that's a big effort on your side here in an online mode. So I appreciate you being there and being on the other side.
It's nice to have you as a source person, and I think we are benefiting a lot due to this interaction. So it's good for the students, especially those who are still studying, and we have some participants who are as a faculty in colleges or universities. Like there is in the chat box, one person saying we are enjoying the sessions. So that is the best part of it. The whole exercise. The best thing is that they are enjoying and they are getting the content that they should have got at any point of time if they're learning how to use open source software or how to do research in this. So I think that is the best part. And thank you to you for being a help in this, because like we wanted to have this kind of program and you agreed to be available for this. So we really appreciate your part.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kuljit. We have to talk about maybe the following weeks about doing a seminar on research, and then we can present our ideas and what you do and so on, because that was the other part I was interested in. And given the pandemic situation, it has not been possible. But I was really very interested in. I mean, I've been following your publications recently and so on, and yeah,
that part is still on from our side, Gregorio. That is still on. I mean, we will be interested in doing something, exploring some other options after this program, right? So whatever we can do in collaboration with you, we are just looking for those options. What we have with us. So I'll be sharing those things with you later on.
Yep, that would be fantastic, and that's as I say, it's been really a pity that we had this situation, because I would really have loved to go to India, and well, yeah, we have the good thing that technology allows us, even though, to have these lectures online, which is better than nothing.
Yeah, still that's better than nothing, only better than nothing. Because I think it would have been a very different kind of experience had it been in offline mode. So, like whatever we are getting something better than nothing, but we hope so that in future we would have that kind of program in offline mode. So we hope that things get normal as soon as possible.
Yeah, let's hope so. And yeah, when I just, for instance, when I was presenting business models, and you do that face to face, you see the reaction of the students, and you see which business model they like more, they don't like more. Here it was more one after the other, very straight, directly, and so on, and that's that's a pity. I mean, face to face is of course the optimal thing, but well, if not, this hasn't been a bad experience at all. I mean, it's been very, very interesting and so on. So I hope you enjoy the session. So I see 20 in the room.
I think we can start.
Okay, yeah, we can start. I think I don't know what you think, Dr. Kuljit. I created a second Kahoot yesterday.
Okay.
And I think the students liked it, so I'm gonna start with this, because this brings some action into and then they lose a little bit their shyness. So I'm here. I'm gonna again here. Let's see. Share my screen. And oh, sorry. Well, this wasn't intended. So we did before the Kahoot for business models, and now I would like to do that for the intro and legal issues. And you know how it works. Let's see. This is the classic mode. And here again, the instructions is go to kahoot.it and insert the PIN number, which now is 9937490. So the first 10 of you who get there, they're gonna be our players. The rest will watch the how the game goes on. And as I say, I always explain the answers, and we learn all out of those. So please go ahead, log in here or introduce the pin at Kahoot, and we will have here a Kahoot session with the first 10. So I think it's a good way to see and to see what we've learned. This is about the introduction, so the philosophical introduction and the legal issues that we saw on Monday. Before we had on the open source business strategies, which we saw today, but this is from things that we saw on Monday. So we got already 5 participants: Harpreet, Mihak, Simran, Poonam, and Shibu. I hope to have pronounced them correctly because they are typical Indian names, not the typical names we have in Spain. Like Gregorio. My name is really Greek. It comes from Greece. Gregorio is Greek. We have lots of Latin and Greek names in Spain, but certainly they are different in their roots from your names in India. So there's still 5 spots. Now 6. Somebody left for whatever reason. 6 free spots for the Kahoot. So don't be shy, and you can participate. Remember, you can do it with your own name or with an alias. You can use a pseudonym. It doesn't have to be your real name if you don't want to participate with your real name. You can do it with an alias. So that shouldn't be a problem. So that if you are shy, then use another name. I would be happy to see somebody if participating and choosing Spider-Man. You've probably seen I'm a big fan of Spider-Man, no? So I put it in the last slide of the last session. So if you don't want to put your real name, don't worry. So 6 participants, 4 to go. Please don't be shy. And you have to go to www.kahoot.it and insert the PIN number that you see there or that I've put in the chat, 9937490. When we get to 10, we will start. And I see it's taking some time. We need 4 more spots. So we now have a session of 2 hours after the Kahoot. I will tell you about evaluation methods of software projects. I will try to motivate and introduce what the problem is and what solutions there are out there. That's gonna be after the Kahoot. So there should be enough people in the room to have 10. If not, it's let's put another condition. We wait 2 more minutes, or or 10 people. What comes first? So if you just joined, remember you can take part in the Kahoot. Therefore, go to www.kahoot.it and insert there in the box. You can insert the PIN number you got in the chat, or you see on the screen I'm sharing, 9937490. And there's still 1 minute to go, or until we get to 10 participants. So
can I request Ina, can you join please? I think it will be good if more of you join.
Yeah, please join. It's this is
Jasmine, Kawaljeet, Kiranjeet. If possible, kindly join it.
Yeah, please kindly join.
The platform as it is being suggested.
And as I say,
So
you
let's
don't
see
need
if
to
some
use
of
your real
you
name.
can
Yeah.
join. Okay, they are asking to share the link again.
Okay, but it's here. So it's kahoot.it, and then the pin is 9937490. So these are the instructions. If you follow the link, you will see a box where you have to insert those numbers. So Sneha just joined the room. Sneha, if you look in the chat, there is the URL that you may click. Yeah, hello one. That's good. You don't have to use your real name. That's no problem. I mean, I understand. If you know, I would say Americans are more extrovert, and Europeans are a little bit more introvert. I notice here Indians are more introvert than my students, my local students. So if you don't want to use your real name, no problem. The important thing is here to participate. So, and if you, yeah, 9, and there's one free spot still. Let's wait for the 10th. I prefer to have 10. So if somebody comes, www.kahoot.it, that's in the chat, and in the chat you have the pin number 9937490. So we got 8. We lost someone. I see that frequently happens. So please.
I can see Ishan. Ishan, can you join? Ishan.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just getting my device ready.
Okay, fantastic. So we are waiting for you. So thanks. So this is a way of doing it in an interactive way, so that you participate a little bit, and you are more. It has been researched that active learning is better for the learning than you learn more if you are active and so. So, oh yeah, somebody raised the hand. Please, if you can open your mic, or you can use the chat.
And now we have Ajay also. Ajay, can you join the platform that we are asking?
Yep. If you look in the chat, we have the instructions there. There is an URL. I'm sharing it again just in case, because maybe the new joiners don't see the history.
No.
So we are there, www.kahoot.it, and the pin number you have to introduce is, okay, fantastic, 9937490. We have one empty spot still to get to the 10.
Okay.
So I don't know if somebody wants to still join. That's a fantastic opportunity here for some adrenaline. And you see the timing there, and the questions and so on. So
I can see Sameer is also there. Sameer.
yeah, please do. So
Okay.
actually, I remember there was a famous Indian movie. Oh, now we got to 10. Fantastic. So we're saying, which was the famous Indian movie, which was a TV contest, and it was about with the 4 solutions and so on. That was 10 years ago and so on, from Bollywood. I don't know if you remember that movie, and it was world famous. I like that movie a lot, and this is something similar. So I think you should.
I don't remember that movie. What you're talking about?
I have to look it up. It was a really good movie. It was from India. So, for whatever reason, now we got the 10. So
okay, good.
Let's go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining. We are starting, so you know how this works. It's Kahoot for intro and legal flows. It starts in 3, 2, 1, 0. Everybody's ready? Quiz. Which of the following licenses is a copyleft license? Copyleft license, is it Apache 2.0, GNU GPL, BSD license, or public domain? Please fill in your answers. There's still 8 seconds going on. 5, 4, 7 answers, 8 answers. So 8 we are not. Okay, yep. The copyleft license, that were the reciprocal licenses, that were those licenses where you can make modifications, but these modifications have to be under the same license. And the most prominent is the GNU GPL, the General Public License. So 4 of you responded correctly. So if we look at the top 4, Mehak did it the fastest one, then Poonam, then Ishan, and then Hello One. So this is our top 4 by now. So you got some points. So I got some echo. Okay, thank you. So as you see, if you respond faster, then you get some more points. If it takes a little bit more time, and you get only points if there is a correct answer. So let's go for the second question out of 10. So the second question is a true or false question. Open source is always free, as in gratis. Open source is always gratis. Is this true or is this false? This should be an easy question. So 10 answers and still a lot of time to go. Fantastic. And no. There is an error here because it should be false. No, it's always free as in gratis, and it should be false. And you have done it correctly, but for whatever reason I did it wrong and I put the true. So let's see. No. There's only one person, but this is so Ina. You were lucky because I think you pressed the wrong solution, and this has been a bug in my contest. So I'm sorry about that. So well, it just changes that Ina got lucky. Sometimes this happens. Let's go for the next one. True or false? Free software proponents are driven by practical concerns. Free software proponents, they are pragmatic people. Is this true or is this false? Okay, 9 answers, 10 answers, fantastic. So everybody answered, and I hope I didn't do a mistake here. So this is free software proponents are the ones who are concerned with ethical issues. They think, those who speak about free software, they think that free software is how it should be, and it's good for humanity, sharing, and so on. They even say, and that I've heard that to Richard Stallman, which is the free software proponent, that if you don't earn money with free software, that's not a problem. Software should be free because it should be free. So they are driven by ethical concerns. Those who are driven by practical concerns are the open source people. The open source people, they say, yes, this is a better development model. And that's why we go open source. So that's why this statement here is false. I see 3 of you have responded correctly to it. And that changes the top. Here, Mihak and Hello One are together with Ina on the top 3. Then there is Harpreet and there is Poonam in the top 5. So fantastic. We just started. We have 3 out of 10 questions. So let's go for the next one. True or false? Open source software is software without a license. There are no licenses in open source software. This should be as well an easy question, but just see. So, okay. So this is false. Open source software has always a license. I mean, we have been talking a lot about the different type of licenses. So without license, that's really, actually it should be public domain when it expires and so on. But open source software is really software with a license. So interestingly enough, some people are against copyright, but the only way to fight against copyright is to have a copyright that they call copyleft. No, that's why they say all rights reserved, but all rights reversed. So that's why open source is software without license. That's false. It's always software with a license. 7 out of you have responded correctly, which is good. Let's see how the scoreboard changes. Now, Hello One is leading with over 2,000 points. And then we see Poonam is now second and Harpreet is third, 1 point behind Poonam. And then we have Mihak and Ishan in the top 5. So not bad. let's go for the next one. Are you ready? Go, go, go. And we have a quiz. Which of the following concepts is not free open source software? Is copylefted software, public domain software with source code, freeware, Apache software? So one of those concepts is not free open source software. So which of these concepts is copylefted software free software? Is public domain software with source code free software? Is freeware free software? Is Apache software free software? So we got 9 answers. There's one still missing. 10. So fantastic. So it's freeware, the one that is not free open source software. Remember, freeware is that type of software that you distribute for free, but you usually don't get access to the source code. You cannot modify it. You know, it's just what we got usually here. Freeware is what we got here. In the mobile phone, many of the applications are freeware. You cannot see the source code. You cannot modify them. So this is not free open source software. And all the other ones, they are copylefted software. You know, the GNU GPL is one of those licenses. Public domain software, if it has source code, is free open source software. And all the Apache software is free open source software under the Apache license. So 5 out of you 10 have a correct answer. Fantastic. That means there are changes to the scoreboard. I see Harpreet is on fire with 3 correct answers in a row. So still, Hello One is leading with over 3,000 points. That's a good number now. Poonam is second. Then Harpreet, Ishan, and Mihak. I hope I'm pronouncing the names correctly. I'm really sorry if I'm not doing it correctly, but you know this. These are not the typical names I'm usually working with. Not the Indian name. So let's go. We're 5 out of 10. We still have half of the Kahoot game to go. Let's see what the next question is. The next question is a true or false question. If the license is GPL compatible, source code under its terms can be merged with source code under the GPL. Is this true or is this false? So again, if a license is GPL compatible, source code under its terms can be merged with source code under the GPL. Is it true or is it false? And we see, meanwhile, a video of people playing Kahoot. And, well, they're happy probably because they chose the right answer. Just like I hope you are doing right now. We've got 9 answers and still 25 seconds. The 10th answer came on. So this is true. So GPL compatibility means you can mix source code with source code under the GPL. And that's one of the things that we were talking on Monday, which is a very important concept because usually you want to mix code with other licenses, especially with GPL, because there's a lot of code out there that is GPL. So out of the 10, 8 of you have responded correctly. This is true. So if we look at the scoreboard, then we got Harpreet, which is still on fire with a streak of 4. Fantastic. That allows him to climb to the second position because the first one is Poonam. And then Hello One is now 3rd. Ishan is 4th. And then we have got a new one in the top 5, which is Sarbjeet, which is there with almost 2,000 points. So good. We have got 6 out of 10 questions, still 4 to go. I see it's very tight here, the top positions, and I hope Sarpreet can perform better, then he can also come to the top ones. Let's see for the next question. I'm pressing here next, and it says true or false. Now ramp the difficulty back down with a straightforward true, false to get. Okay, then here this is true. So this is, again, I'm very bad at using Kahoot, so just press true because this is a template question. And yeah, I should test my own Kahoots first. No, I did this yesterday when I was thinking how to create interactivity here. So thanks for putting true. But here, that's the thing of having a community and other people looking at what you do. So I had to move around. So I'm sorry about this. So I thought I had 10 questions. So here. Okay, Ishan moves a little bit forward because he was very fast. Now they're there are very few points between the first three. Poonam has a streak of 4. So let's see. I hope this was my last error. I'm sorry about that, but it's I see I've got big fingers. True or false? Once a software project is free open source software, it will always be free open source. Is this true or false? Is it true that a project that is once free software or open source will always be free software open source? 9 answers, 10 answers. Okay, this was a difficult question. So why is this question so difficult? Because it depends on the license. So there are projects that being free open source software will always be free open source software. These are the ones that have a reciprocal license, a copyleft license, and those ones will always be free software. The problem is there are other licenses that allow you to make the project proprietary. And these licenses are the permissive license or the academic licenses. We saw there were different types of families. And these projects are free open source software, but they don't have to be always free open source software. So that's why this sentence here, this statement here is false. And 6 out of 10 are doing it wrong. On another side, if this is at the project level, because if you take a project version, a software version, if you release something under one license, then it's released under that license forever. But that's different. I mean, if you now take a software version, a specific one, and it's GPL, you cannot change that. No, that's irrevocable. That's what the legal people say. But this is here, I was talking about the software project. So I hope you not have to be confused about that. In any case, the Kahoot here serves for this kind of issues to clarify those kind of things. So it was not an easy question. Anyway, I see 6 out of 6 and 5. So we got more answers than people in the Kahoot. So there's another bug there, and this bug is not on my behalf. But we have more answers than people. Strange. Well, let's see anyway. The scoreboard. So Poonam is first. Ishan close by. Hilo 1 also. Hello 1 close 1. And there is Harpreet in 4th, and Sadna just moved to the 5th place. So, and I see Mehak is the highest climber up through 3 places. We don't see him because we just see the top 5. So there is here a severe competition there that we don't see. Among the other 5, that's good. There's still 2 questions to go. So let's see what we have here. It's true or false. I shouldn't care about the licenses of a free LIBRE open source project. Is that true or is that false? I shouldn't care about the license. It's something that is not important. Is that true? I see 5 and 5. Yeah, so here the thing is, this is false. You should care about the license of a project. Actually, the first thing that you should look when you contribute to an open source project is you should look at what license it has and what it means, because these are the rules of the game. And if you look at the license, you will notice, first you will notice, is this real free software? Because sometimes in GitHub, you have licenses that are not free software, and then you are contributing to a project that may not comply with the free software definition. And the second thing is, it's always good to know when you are contributing, with what rules you are contributing. I have to say that the 5 that have pressed true, to some extent, they have as well some right to say they are right. Why that? Because really, that's how it should be. I shouldn't care, but that's an intention. No, I would like to share code and not look at the license, but we know that's very difficult. That's relates to the compatibility with GPL. You cannot even merge code that is free software so freely. So it has to be compatible if it's from different licenses. So that's a big problem. And that's why we don't want more licenses. It's already a big problem with the like let's say top no the licenses we're using now, and usually the top 20 most used licenses are like 90% of the projects. But so really you have to care about licenses. That's why you have heard me so long talking about licenses and the type of licenses, and why I always tell my students, if you want to know about open source, there are many things to know about open source. Business models, development models, assessment, as we will see, education, etc. But really the real part that you will have to know for sure is about licenses. So once the course is over, have a look again at the slides, and have a look again at the references in the slides to know about licenses and have a strong knowledge about that. So last question. Well, first we have to see here the scoreboard, how everything is going. So Hello One is back with an answer streak of 3. And I see Poonam is first, and then Ishan, and then Hello One. Then we have Harpreet, and then we have Sadhna. So this is the top 5. And we still have one question to go. Everything is open because the differences, you can get up to 1,000 points for a correct answer. So the difference are smaller than that. So there, no, even Hello One could win. No, it's among the top 3. Let's see how it works. So let's go for the final question. So it's a true or false. In free libre open source software, small companies can hardly compete and get involved. Is this true or is this false? Small companies can hardly compete and get involved. It's very difficult to compete and get involved for these companies. That's what the statement says. So we got 10 answers. And this is here false, because in open source software, small companies have it easy to compete. It's not hard to compete and get involved. They can take the software project from someone else. They can, no, it has not to be even their own project. You can make a business out of Moodle. You go look at Moodle. You haven't done it, but if you look at it, you start studying it and work on it, then you could have, gain the knowledge and create a small company based on Moodle maintenance and Moodle services and so on. And that's one of the nice things of open source. That's not possible if you think with other services. Not that easy. I mean, if you go, or it's very limited. If you go for Microsoft services, then you have to get a certification of Microsoft, but you will for sure never see the source code. You have different things which are way much more expensive. Here, the source code is out there. There's a lot of documentation. So for small companies, and that's why there are many small companies. It's not only the big players have business in open source, also small companies have big business in open source, big or small, but they are small companies. It's because they can enter and compete, get involved, and even compete with the big fishes. So let's see the final status. So the podium is number 3, 8 out of 10 with Hello One. Fantastic. An applause. Number 2 with 8 out of 10 is Ishan. Fantastic. And 8 out of 10, number 1, which is faster, that's Poonam. Well done. All 3. It's a nice podium. Hardreep and Sadhna are the runners-up, 4th and 5th. So I hope everybody has enjoyed. So congratulations to the top 3. And congratulations to all of you who have participated. I see 7,000. No, the top one has now many more points than in the previous Kahoot. So you're getting better and better. So which is makes me as well, very, very happy. So, okay, that's it for this Kahoot. I hope you have enjoyed it. Congratulations again to the winners, and I think to the participants. This was not about really winning, but it was about participating and retaking the concepts that we've seen in this case on Monday, and talking about them again and seeing, this is not sometimes as simple as I thought, and that was a little bit the idea, and to do it in an interactive way. So I hope you have enjoyed that. So let me have a 10-second break to drink some water. Yep. So thank you. So yes, it's a great way to revisit concepts and so on. So I'm sorry about the errors. I'm not very good at Kahoot. I should get better and acquire more skills on that. So let's look at the next thing, which here at this point is assessment of Floss projects. And if you remember, a couple of hours ago, I was saying that this was one of the business models that exist. So there are some companies, usually consultancy companies, and I know big consultancy companies like Accenture, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and KPMG, and those big consultant companies who are as well IT companies. They have teams that provide this service of assessment. And basically the idea here, the motivation is, just imagine you run a university. I'm taking the university environment because we as professors, staff, and students, we know universities quite well, but there could be different examples. But here you are at a university and you want to implement it or to have a learning management system for the whole university. Note that this means that you're gonna invest, maybe it's not directly money that you want to pay the developers, because if you if I do it with open source, then really there's no license cost and I can take it for free. But it's money that is indirectly going into this project. I mean, I would say into integrating or having the learning management system at your university, because you have to have somebody who installs it and maintains it. You have to have somebody who answers the questions and suggestions of the professors you have to have somebody who introduces the learners and the educators into the system. So there's on one side, it's the IT department is there, and if it's easier or more complex, then you need more or less people. And then you have to move the whole organization. And usually universities are very big entities. So for instance, my home university here in Madrid, we are like 2,500 educators. So, and then in 1,000 additional staff and 40,000 students. So you have to invest a lot of time and effort into those people getting the skills to know the learning management system, how it works, what you can do, etc. And you have to think that not all of them are IT specialists, as many of we are here probably in the room. Many of them come from other areas where they hardly can manage a computer, or at least they feel not that comfortable with a computer. So at the end, choosing the right learning management system is a strategic decision for your organization. And if you go here, let's see, if I go and write open source learning management systems, thing is, here it says 7. There's so there are lots of them. You see here a list with 7 of them. And here the key features and so on. So let's access the copy keys, the canvas, and so on. And let's see here, if you go for Wikipedia, list of learning management systems, and you want to have a list of them, then you see here listed just on Wikipedia, we have, I don't know, 15, 20, whatever. And they're of course cloud, and they're proprietary and others. So you've got here many learning management systems. Just imagine, because you came to this course, you say, okay, I want to go open source, so I'm not considering the other ones. So here, the point is, I got so many. Which one of them suits best for my organization? And usually, this decision is an important decision, because once you choose one learning management system, the idea is to have it for many years, maybe decades. So when they chose here the learning management system at my university, first actually they chose a different one. First they chose Caroline. And then after 2 years, they moved to Moodle. And we are now with Moodle, I think, for 15 years. So those who chose Moodle, they took a decision for more than 1 decade and probably for more than 2 decades. So Moodle has been here around for 2 decades. And there was, at first we used another one, but it was, we could change because it was not used. Let's say when we had Caroline, it was a small part of the university. So moving from Caroline to Moodle was a problem, but not a very big problem. If today we would move from Moodle to any other, to Sakai, for instance, which is another one, that would imply a very big problem because we would have to start from scratch. I mean, there are some concepts that are similar, but probably we would have to again teach all the 2,000 plus, 2,500 plus professors that we have here and tell them how the new system works, what are the caveats there, how to put the marks and so on, the grading and etc. etc. So that's that's why it's important. So the evaluation of projects is really a critical task for IT managers, but not only for IT managers. If you have to do that, then it's something you couldn't say at random. So I cannot go here to the list and say, okay, let's create a Python script with a random, and then the one that comes out randomly is the one that I'm gonna choose, and it says random eFront. I don't know if eFront is good or not for my institution, but I think that if you are gonna take a decision for a couple of decades, as usually it's the case for this type of software, I guess that all of us would be not very comfortable with the decision of taking that decision just at a random place. So this is something that if for taking a decision, you can take your time. You can discuss for 1 month or 2 months, and you should gather data and should look at pros and cons and seriously take this evaluation process, because once the decision is taken, going back is very difficult. And actually, the costs of selecting the wrong technology could be later unapproachable. So it's not that if I choose right, that's okay. No, the problem is choosing wrong is a very big problem. It's not it's a problem in effort, it's a problem in cost and so on. So evaluating the software is really, really important. And at one point in time, maybe if you're an IT manager, that's usually those who take these decisions. But then it's good to take decisions based on data and actual facts. So here the general questions that one might have is, which software fits best my current requirements? And we see here that's all learning management systems. So I have some requirements. And actually it's when the problem comes. Because what are requirements? So we have functional requirements because we want to look for specific functionality. So we want that the learning management system includes grading system, and that it includes the uploading assignments and video, etc., etc. But there are also technical requirements in the sense that sometimes the learning management system that we want it to be based on a specific technology, Python, PHP, Java based, because we have the rest of our systems in our institution are Java based, and we are experts in Java. So it would make sense to take a learning management system that is Java based in that regard, because we have the people there who know about Java. And those are some general questions. But if we dig a little bit more, then there are more things that should interest us. So there are more requirements. We would like it to be a safe environment, that security is taking into account. Just think that we have grading and that's a functionality, but it doesn't make sense to have grading if the place, the learning management system we choose is not secure, because then students could potentially go and change their marks, and that's something we usually don't want. It should be reliable. Think about the learning management system. It's a system that has to work 25 hours, 7 days a week. It's something that has to run all the time, because that's the idea of learning management system, is that anytime, anywhere, you could connect yourself and do your homework and upload, submit your homeworks, your assignments, or whatever. It should be robust in the sense that we will manage thousands of students in my institution. I was talking about 50,000 students, and they are uploading their assignments, and they are there every day, and 25 hours a day, and testability. So somebody asked here. No, it's Dr. Kuljit asks, does testing play any role here? How to be sure that it has all the features? That's also so. Here, when I say testability is that you can ensure that it has certain quality, and then that it doesn't, let's say that the server isn't down, and then you do the. I was thinking about that, so that sometimes you say, okay, I want to have it so that I can. One of the requirements is that I can test it, that I can test the things that they work, and so on. So maybe it's a minor requirement. They don't have to all to be at the same level. Let's put it like that. So some organizations may have high concerns with security, and for them testability is not that important. No, because security for them is more important than testability, and maybe vice versa. So these are just a list of requirements. No, so and then that's one point. What you're commenting in your question? No, if it's sure that all the features that professors need, that's maybe the second row. When we talk about adaptability, complexity, and maintainability and portability, in the sense that just imagine you choose one learning management system, and in the future you need to adapt it to your requirements, or no learning management system has that requirement. And in universities all around the world have different rules, because they have to follow national and regional legislation. And then it's important, even if the project that you choose doesn't have that functionality, that I can adapt it. And that's also
Actually,
the other point. Yeah.
My concern here was that, like in case of open source projects, who will provide that kind of support uh, to the university team who is selecting a project? Suppose, like, we need to have probably very technical people who are exploring all aspects of a project that we are getting for the university, right? So to be doubly sure that whatever features they are like mentioning or that are available, they are working as we require, because we are implementing it in a real world environment, where if we are using it for marking or any kind of things, preparing results or all those kind of things. So that is again a kind of environment which is mission critical, I think. So for that kind of system, we need to have a system which is very stable and all those kind of things. So my concern here is that if we are depending upon a open source community for that kind of project, so do we need to test it again, or can we just have that kind of documentation available in the project that we can just believe that this kind of work has already been done?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and goes into all this of the evaluation. So sometimes open source projects offer that per se. So they like if you go to OpenStack, which is a very professionalized project, it builds a cloud platform for cloud platform services and so on. They are very advanced, but in many other projects that is not the case. So from the open source community, you cannot expect that. So that's where the business models come in. And actually, that's where here now the ones for choosing a software, that's where this big consultancy firms come in, because they have they offer their service. Of course, you will have to pay for them, but they offer this service. And they offer the service and they look for the functionality, they test it, they look what is working, what is not working, and so what is. Let me put an example. Maybe at universities have money, but usually they are short of money. But just think about a bank. A bank who wants to create they want to create a content management system. And if for the content management system, they say we are going to use or reuse partially in open source software. So usually they contract a consultancy firm to do this selection study. So they the contract is look for any content management system that is out there, and we have these requirements. And then you go to the consultancy firm and say what your requirements are. Please proceed and help us in the selection process, and then you can do that. In the case of that would be one business model, and they apply all the things that I'm presenting here. In the case of education, there are small firms. For instance, in Spain, there are small firms providing support to educational institutions, from schools to universities. And then you go there and you tell them, and then they may make this work as well for you. And but that's, as I say, that's a problem. I mean, one of the things is open source being open source doesn't guarantee you that it has that functionality. And it has those requirements. It doesn't fulfill. I mean, it's open for you to collaborate, and if you are very interested in that, you can hire people, hire developers, and they can develop those things. And actually, that's what happens with many learning management systems. Many learning management systems, they have lots of add-ons made by staff from the university, paid for that, for the maintenance and so on. So that's why it's a very difficult problem, the selection process, because quite often open source projects are not prepared for your organization. And then you have to evaluate that, because that's a risk. But that happens with software in general. I mean, this is not something from open source. It's something even for proprietary software. So you have an organization and it has specific needs. And then you have to see what software you choose, and if you can adapt if you have to adapt yourself, or you can adapt the software. So I see in the deep, we can go for reviews about software. That's one point. We will see now. So we are now we're still at the beginning. We are motivating the problem, and we are seeing what the problems are. And afterwards, I hope in a couple of minutes, I will show you how we can do that in this evaluation process. And one of the ideas is look at other reviews, and how others have reviewed the system. But imagine if you're taking, again, let's go with my motivation. If you are at a university and you have to decide among these here open source learning management systems, then one of the things, but not the only one, will be reviews from other institutions. Of course, if other institutions already use one system, that gives you trust. That's something that is valuable, and I think that doesn't change if it's a software or a car. If you see people around that they have the same car and it works well, then you have trust. That happens here as well. That's one of the things, looking at the reviews. So, but thing about reviews is, okay, that's something specific from them, but maybe you have different necessities. No, and then here you may have to adapt it, and you have to maintain it. And for instance, portability comes to the is as well something which is interesting, because again, think that you are taking a decision for a couple of decades, and that means that at some point you may want to change from one version of Moodle to the next one. So that's internal portability. You may want to change from one version to a different learning management system, and that's something also you should take into consideration. How portable are the contents? If we go from Moodle to Sakai next year, could I take what is already there and move it to the other place? So these are all by now problems. So and we have more. How reusable, how easy it's to install, how efficient, how correct, how modular. So there are lots of things to look at. I mean, if you go over this task seriously, and you have to choose one learning management system out of this 15, then this is not an easy task. And it's not actually, it's not a good position being the IT manager, because you have to take a very important decision for your organization, which has lots of influence of how this organization will work in the future. And I've just talked about the software, but there are other things that this is general for all software. Safety, security, reusability, correctness, that's in general for software. But in Floss projects, you would also like to have a look at the license and what type of license it has. It's about the community. Is there a big community behind this learning management system? No. Here the social networks that they have. No, if there are hubs of people, and when I talk about social networks, maybe it makes sense. In Spain, it's easier to get Moodle because you have local support. But in India, maybe the knowledge of a different system, I don't know, of OLAT is much higher. And those things are also important, because if you would like to have local support and local knowledge. And that's the type of things that at the end, all of them may be more or less important. So, okay, let's once we know, okay, here the general question, which was which software fits best my current requirements. We've seen this is not an easy question to answer, number one. And we see there are lots of things to look at, number two. Let's see how this has been done with proprietary systems. Usually with proprietary systems, then in the 20 years ago, you said you have to have a learning management system. Then as an IT manager, you would have a look at the cost mainly. How much does it cost? And then actually there is not much more to see. You can have a list at the cost. You can have a look at the functionalities it provides, maybe about the reviews of other users, but then you cannot have a look at the source code. You cannot see metrics. You cannot see how good it is, how modular it is. No idea. For you, this is a black box. Actually, this is not the only thing. It's a black box today, but it's going to be a black box all the time, in the sense that you have no influence at all in the roadmap. I mean, you cannot say, you of course you can say, I need this functionality, and probably if it's in the interest of the owner of the software, of the creator, then maybe that functionality will be included. But if not, if it's not in his interest, then maybe you can come. No, his interest will depend sometimes on how many users require that, and on how much money you will pay for that. But you have to convince somebody to create that adaptation. And then, depending if that fits the roadmap of the company, then it may get in, or or not. And that's something where you don't have that much power as a user. You have certain power because you are a client, but not much power. And there are other limitations. For instance, the formats usually are not open, and that requires that if you don't go for a standardized format and so on, then you might have problems when sharing and so on. So that this is the world of proprietary systems. No, you can see the cost and you can see the functionalities, but for the rest, you are on a weak place as an IT manager. You're on the weak side of the negotiation. No, because especially if once you've paid, you have a lock-in because you already invested a lot of time and effort, and you are locked into that provider. So you're there in a sort of prison, in the sense that it's very costly for you to change, and the provider knows it. So let's say your power of negotiation is very low. And that's one of the things of proprietary systems that here, changes for Floss. No, for Floss. Well, we have seen that here. For in Floss, cost is usually not directly a problem. It's indirectly a problem. So you don't pay for the software, but you have to pay for other things. Maintenance, to get people to know the system and so on. So no teaching and so on. So you can have a look at the source code, and you can see if the quality of the source code. You can see if it's modular. You can understand and have a look at the details. Not only about the reviews, you can look at the actual code. Actually, you have influence on the roadmap at all, depending on the effort you bring. So just imagine you go with an open source learning management system, and you want to adapt it, and you can of course ask the community, I need this. I need a system for immatriculating my students. And maybe somebody shows up and makes it, maybe not. But if not, you can always do it yourself. Look for other people to do it. When you say do it to yourself, it's your IT department. You can tell your IT department, okay, please do this functionality. Or you can pay others to do that functionality. Or you can enter other models, which are becoming more and more frequent, which is said, look, we need immatriculation functionality into this learning management system. And I'm sure I'm not the only one with this problem. So I can, instead of paying for this whole functionality on my own, I don't know, let's imagine $1 million. Instead of paying $1 million on my own, I'm going to try to look for other people, other universities who share that cost of development. And we all benefit of that. And we pay the $1 million with all the universities that become part of this consortium. So you look for other partners in that, and you share the cost. And that's something that you see more and more often. I was telling before in the car industry, and that was a business model, but we see that in as well here in the Spanish universities. They do that. They have built a consortium, and then they share the software. So we have 50 public universities, and I think this consortium already has more than 40 universities that take part in it, because it's of course better if you share the cost, and that's something you can do. And that means that you have influence in the roadmap. Before you didn't have that, but you have now a lot of influence and a lot of negotiation power, in the sense that if nobody does it, you can do it yourself. And if it's too expensive, you can look for partners to fund that. Especially in educational environments, that given that people have the same problems, that's easy to do. And then, well, of course, we have the formats and so on, which usually, if you go for open source solutions, they follow open standards. And then even one thing that happens is that if you choose one of no, if you go to Claroline, they use exchange formats for your lessons. I mean, for the contents that are stored in Claroline that are standard. So moving from Claroline to any other, to Sakai, is might be a problem because you change the system, but it can be no, the part of contents can be automated. You have to learn how the new system works, but at least you don't have that many problems as if you would have to take the contents and move them from a proprietary system to another place, because well, they follow these formats like SCORM and so on, which is a standard where you can um, group the contents in a standardized ways and import them, export them, etc. And that's of course a nice plus. So here we ask ourselves, so okay, this quality, there's some quality methodologies for proprietary software which can be found in the research literature. And are these suitable for development? Because there's open source projects have some characteristics which are specific, no? And some standard metrics and processes, they cannot be applied to free software. Just imagine, I mean, it's one of the metrics that we had for in the selection procedure for proprietary goods was how many employees does the company have. No, usually you want a big company to to be the one behind the software, because if it's a small company, then you think the chances it may close are bigger than if I go for IBM or Microsoft. So going for IBM or Microsoft, that lowers the risk because probably IBM or Microsoft will be there in 20 years' time. But if I go for a small company here around the corner, then that may not be the case, and then that's a risk for proprietary solutions. But here it's different because we have a different process. So actually, if the company there around the corner, a small company goes bankrupt and closes, and they were experienced in Moodle, I know because of the open source models, open source business models, I know there might be many other companies I can go to. So this the standard metrics and processes that we have, they might be different here for Libre software. No? In a specific way. So here for I've already talked about this about proprietary. Here in free software, the selection issues are different. Is number one, is there gonna be support? Because I'm investing a lot of money. So I don't care if I have to pay somebody for support, but there should be somebody there who's expert on this and gives support. The next one is vitality. Is the software project going to be around in 20 years time? I mean, that's no, that's more vitality is more about active. Is it active being developed? So will I get new versions and bug fixes and so on? And that's important because I want the software to keep on growing and to adapt itself to the new scenario. So that's a part of the software life cycle. So that's vitality. What I was saying before, which is there going to be the software is going to be here in 20 years? That's the next point, longevity. In the sense, is it going to be here? If not, that's something that I have to see. Volatility, in the sense that um, is it going to no? Is the roadmap going to be? Is it meaningful? Is it going to change abruptly? So because that's something that I wouldn't like. If I go for a learning management system, then it should have a roadmap. How to proceed. So we know now about this. We know this is an important issue. You may take a decision and may have to stick with that decision for 20 years, 30 years. And that's something we see in the current world. No software from the 90s still being used, and it's more and more software. So we call that in research, it's legacy software. You probably have seen that on the newspapers and so on. There are systems made in COBOL from the 60s, mainly in banks and insurance companies, that are still working, and they don't want to remove them because it's too expensive to remove them. And we have and they took a decision there in the 50s and 60s, more in the 60s or 60s and 70s, and they still work with those technologies because they at that point because it's too expensive to change them. Sorry. So is developed to the adapted methodologies of free software, and that is consistent, so that you can then compare. So the idea is, I would like to go through this list of learning management systems, and I would like to have a consistent way, which is very schematic, of analyzing if any of these learning management systems suits best for my organization. And I know I will devote some time, maybe 1 month or even 2 months, but that's not a problem, because once I've decided, I know this decision is probably going to be for decades. So it can't be up to the detail. That's what I would like to. So here come the limitations for selecting Floss systems. First one is usually, if you I took the Wikipedia page, but if you scan around, systems which are open source, and if I still keep on looking, maybe 1,000. So that's a first problem. The second is, in some cases there is no professional support for this selection process, at least as the one requested by many companies. So just now this has become better because consultancies have seen a business model in this, and they have seen a business opportunity, and then they offer this selection procedure as part of their portfolio. But sometimes there is no professional support, especially if you are a small SME, then you don't. For these things, if you have to evaluate many projects, they are expensive, and usually these consultants are very expensive, and then sometimes you don't have professional support. You don't know about longevity. in the sense that you don't know what will happen in 10 years. This is also a problem of proprietary software. This is a general problem. You don't know is at some point in 10 years the software won't be there. And then here's some limitation is stability. There is we will talk about it tomorrow. There's this often release early procedure where you ideally want to have lots of releases of your software project. And that goes a little bit against the idea of stability that companies want. So that's why at the end, this has been evolving. And then we have the release often now is not that often found. There are some projects where they say there's gonna be a release every 6 months. That's actually what is done in OpenStack. They have their schedule, and every 6 months there is a new release. And if you want to have the latest, you can always go to GitHub and download it there. And maybe you have to compile or install or look at the dependencies on your own. But stability is something that limits Floss projects in the selection process, especially at the beginning. When they mature, then that's not a problem. But software in 1 year can change so much that when you evaluate a project, then this evaluation you have to write there the version, because in 1 year it's going to be completely different. So, and there are different methodologies for assessing Floss. I'm going to show here mainly one, this OpenBRR, and maybe if there is time and interest, I can show this second one, QSOS, which they are lightweight. You will see they are very complete, and maybe some of you will say, if this is lightweight, I don't know what heavyweight is. So, but there I put here 3 names. If you look in the research literature, there are more than 20 assessment methods for open source software. These ones were the first ones, or among the first ones, and many of the other 20 plus assessment methods, they are based on OpenBRR and QSOS. And here the heavyweight, Qualos, that was a European research project. They go beyond this. So this where you have here stricter metrics and stricter procedures and so on. I just put it there because I think it's of interest. That's for completion, but I think it's heavyweight and too complex. I guess even in the consultancy firms, they still keep on with this type of lightweight assessment methodologies. So let's then talk about OpenBRR. So OpenBRR is a method to evaluate software that is critical. It's thought for IT managers responsible for the selection of software components. And we all now know, I hope after this long introduction and motivation, there is no easy and effective way of assessing free software. So OpenBRR comes from business readiness rating, and it was thought to be open and was proposed as an open and standard framework to quickly, and I put quickly there in here is make informed and educated decisions on free software. So it quickly is, it's not very, very fast, but it's one of the lightest versions. It was led by Tony Wasserman at Carnegie Mellon West University, together with some other partners, SpikeSource, Intel, and Aurelius Codesu. So it had some industrial support behind that. No, it was from 2005, and actually today it's partially discontinued. No, but I present it because it is in the heart of many other assessment approaches. If you understand OpenBRR, you can see many other which are a little bit more modern, and you can understand them. So this is the root of all them, the mother of all the business, the evaluation systems. Actually, I think even today I have to check it up. So OpenBRR, even no, the website is not up. So you should go to probably, I don't know if you know the archive, the web archive. Here, the web archive. So in the web archive, they store past versions of the OpenBRR, past versions of the software. Here, openbrr.org. And there you can see their web page, which is, okay, let's see, openbrr.org, and let's see if they have past versions of the, because I see the domain has been taken by other people. So if you take here in 2011, there's some snapshots here of the website, one snapshot from August, and here it's we have the revised the framework. Let's look previously in time. So here you can see the original web page. So as you see, it's discontinued. That's a pity, because I think it's the easiest and cleanest one. No? Then what it is, what is needed, and so on. That's what I'm gonna present today. So well, we know about the challenges, and here it's a little bit the what has to be done. So here what they want is here you have a short list of projects. I don't know if this is a short list. Probably if we take all learning management systems out there, that's a short list of all the open source learning management systems that are out there. Yeah, it's a 15 project, so it's a short list. And then you take all the software packages, and the idea is use the model to obtain a rating and then use the rating. So the idea is very in the sense that you put there and you evaluate all the packages. So here they say it should be complete with every prominent characteristic. It should be simple. It should be adaptable to your requirements, and it should be consistent, because you at the end you want to compare. So you should compare with the same means, and it should be able to allow to share assessment results, which promotes trust. So actually, at the end you could publish them, and the thing is it should be that promotes the trust. So here the idea, once you selected the package, for instance, is if the rating is available, then because somebody has done the rating, then use it. If not, use the standard model to obtain the rating and publish the rating to the community so that others can use the rating. This was an interesting idea, but I have to say that didn't happen. So very few published their ratings. So we couldn't go this if here, and we had to go this part. This in part has to do with those who use this type of rating, and this IT consultancy firms who build their business model upon this, they are not interesting to publish their ratings. So this PricewaterhouseCoopers, Accenture, and so on, they don't give back to the community, and then they kept these ratings for their own. So we have very few examples that out there in that is one limitation of this and of any other model that has been proposed. There is a problem here that the community hasn't achieved to get this, and then reuse the rating, which was a nice idea. So the model is for 4 phases. Phase number 1 is a quick assessment filter. The second is target usage assessment. 3 is data collection and processing. 4 is data translation, and then you get a rating from 1 to 5, from 0 to 5. So here in the initial filtering, these are the questions. Look, you just have this bullet points, and you take a software package and say, what is the licensing legal situation of the software? Because if it's not a free software license, then probably you can skip it. Or if you want a specific license, then you can already forget about it, and you don't need to do the next phases. So that's the first one. The legal situation is if you can find if the software has any legal problems. No, sometimes it may happen that somebody has sued the project because they have taken code from somewhere else, or they have patent issues or something like that. So there's that may be a problem that you may want to evaluate. That's in our case for learning management systems. It's not the case, but sometimes you will have to see, okay, does this have problems? And there is one company which is called Black Duck Software who offers this service. You submit the project and they tell you if it has any copyright infringement. And if it has copyright infringement, then you may say, okay, this is a high risk for my company. I don't want to go into that risk. So that's usually done, or maybe done pretty fast. So the second one is, does it comply with standards? So what input output formats it allows, and if they are open standards. Other referenceable adopters or users for it. That's what Inderdeep said. Other reviews, people who have written about in the open source magazines, in the media, and so on. That gives you some trust. You're not usually if you're gonna take such a decision for decades, you are not gonna take the first one, and you don't want to be the guinea pig. Is a supporting or stable organization associated with the development efforts? So this is easy. You go to the web page and you can see who are the main developers, other companies behind that. Do they offer services? And if so, then you might be interested. If not, maybe you go for the next one. What is its implementation language? That depends on the skills you have. I was telling before, if you have your IT department is expert in Java, they have Java expertise, then that might be an important question to do. Does it support internationalization and localization in your desired language? Just imagine learning management system for a Spanish university. We are very bad in Spain with foreign languages. So it has to be in Spanish, and it has to be localized with the time zone and so on. No one wants to go there and see UTC and then do this hard conversions. I guess especially in India, where it's UTC 5.5 hours. It's not that easy to calculate. But even here, where we are UTC +1, nobody wants to see UTC, so you want to have it localized and of course in your language. And this is very relevant. If it cannot be internationalized, then it's a no-go for a learning management system for a Spanish university, for instance. Other third-party reviews of the software, Inderdeep pointed to that, so that's important to know. So I was putting there referenceable adopters or users of it, but here it's more third-party reviews. Have books been published about the software? No, this means two things: maturity and there is interest. If there are books, there is already some community behind that. Is it being followed by industry analysts such as Gartner or IDC? Well, this is more for banks and so on, and or big companies, and the Gartner and IDC they make sometimes this these comparisons and so on, and if they're followed, then this provides some confidence. I have to say that open source software usually rates very low at this Gartner and IDC reports, and basically people think it's because there is not a lobby behind that, and the results are not that good. I mean, you see that from many reports that open source projects claim that they don't go do a job there where they are consistent and evaluate consistently with other solutions. But that's something you have to see. At least if you see that in Gartner and IDC, that means they think that's a game player in that area. So, and that's the quick assessment filter. So actually, as you see this quick assessment, you could potentially do that in 1 hour or less. You have to go to the web page, and usually the information you have to find here is easy to gather. I mean, there are many questions, but that means that if we go with our 15 learning management systems here, maybe if you in this initial filtering, if you filter half of them out, that you save a lot of effort, because now in the second and third phase, that's no, it's the second, third, and then fourth phase. That's that are very time consuming phases, because you would like to have ideally metrics in the following categories: about functionality, usability, quality, security, performance, scalability, architecture, support, documentation, adoption, community, and professionalism. So that's why the initial filtering, I think, is good to have and to filter out more than the less, because this here, getting hard facts and data out of it is very difficult. On Friday, I will show how to get some of this data from the repositories in an automated way. But even in an automated way, you have to take the data, and as you know, it's data, it's dirty data, which you have to clean, to massage, to interpret, and so on. So this phase is not easy and very time consuming. But more on this on Friday, how to get to the repositories and get the data. The idea is, once you get the data, you should normalize the metrics. And what they have done here is they have found here different categories. And you have different metrics for the different categories. And what you do is, the metrics are inputs for the different categories. So you have here normalized metrics for the functionality, but here other normalized usability metrics and a list of quality metrics and so on. So you have metrics, and then depending on what you want to do, you have to have a model. And this model you are going to apply to all those systems who have passed the initial filtering and have different categories. And the interesting here of the categories is that they don't have the same weight. For instance, in this example, you value functionality 25% and quality 20%, but you don't value usability at all because you put it at a weight of 0%. So for these categories, where you put a result from 1 to 5, you have a weighting factor here to get the final rating. And as I was saying, one first part is here, which metrics go with which categories. Also, this could be generalized for many projects. This part of the weight, this is something that your institution has to decide upon. So it's something that you say, I value more this than the other one. So just imagine if you're a university, you should value, you couldn't value usability with 0%. Not nowadays and not 20 years ago. It should be usable, it should be accessible to, to people with disabilities and so on. So usability is very important. You cannot value it 0%. But in other scenarios, maybe usability could be valued with 0%, and your adoption is just 5%. So that's here one of the things you have to decide upon. And finally, so if you got for each of the categories a rating from 1 to 5, and you use this weighting factor, you get an open BRR rating from 1 to 5, which 5 means excellent, 4 very good, 3 acceptable, 2 poor, and 1 is acceptable. So let me show here an example, because one of the things that they have done here is they have created some spreadsheets to help in this case. So I'm going to take an old Moodle spreadsheet. So look, they have done here, this is a spreadsheet with here, you'll see at least, no, it should be more, but it's 4 sections. No, here. So here's the title and license. As you see, PRR assessment sample for Moodle. And this is Moodle, I don't know which version, but this was from 2005. So long ago. The license, here again, licenses. Look, Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share Alike license. We already know about it because in the previous session, I talked to you about the Creative Commons licenses. So you can reuse this spreadsheet given that you provide attribution, but you cannot sell it. And if you do changes, you should do it under the same conditions. We know about those things. Fantastic. And then here, this says it's just an example of the BRR model. And it's a disclaimer. No, it's just to show how it works or how it could potentially work. We go to the next one. And here, look, it says component name Moodle. The type, it's a e-learning management system. And usage setting, regular usage, because you can define different usages. And here you have the 12 categories: functionality, usability, documentation, community, security, support, adoption, quality, performance, scalability, architecture, and modularity. And the weight you want to give to each of the categories. See, here, interestingly enough, for our I should probably make it larger font, I guess. So better? So I think now it's better, no? And you can see it hopefully better. So quality, performance, scalability, architecture, and modularity, 0%. That doesn't mean that we are not interested in that, but we don't weight it. And probably it's because we cannot get, or we don't have the data for that. We will talk about this more on Friday, how to get data, at least on quality. Performance, scalability are more different. There are architectural metrics and modularity metrics, so you could potentially get data for those. But sometimes you cannot, and then what do? You decide without those facts, and then you put them to 0%. But here, you see functionality is 25%. And usability, 20%. I was saying usability is very important if you go for a learning management system. If there is documentation, if there is community, and so on. So you value functionality above all. And that's first step. That depends on your institution. So then you go here, and here what they have done and is that they have only done it for functionality. No, they have a functionality rating here, because look here, they take here and they value different things for functionality. They say standard functionality, IT related issues, and so on. So they put here a long list of things they want in functionality, how much they value it, the weight, and the final score. And as you see, everything is top besides email archive, because Moodle doesn't do that. And then the final score, as you see, very important, somewhat important, and not important. So basically here, if there is a discussion forum, that's very important. And the score you given here is 3 out of 3. So it's very important, but it's there. Real-time chat, it's not that important. So it's somewhat important, but it has got it. Group work, so, and it does the same with all the ones. And actually you should do the same with, no, the thing is to do this with all the other systems that we have here. No? But for Moodle, at least in 2005, you always got everything besides this. I don't know if this is an error. It should be 1, or it should be a 0, but it puts -1, whatever. So, and you have here extra functionality and the score. No, and there's no video services, still no video services in Moodle, I think. And then the 0, then you get here the total weight and the total score, which here gives a percentage of 100%, probably because you have here more points than the other one. Well, that should be seen. So the rating here for Moodle is 5. So probably here there's an error. The sum, and should be less. Let's put here. I'm gonna hard code it, because probably there's something wrong here in this one. I put here 56, and then we got rating of 4, because it's good. No, let's see if it changes 57, then still rating of 4. It should be 4, something like whatever. So that means if we go here, as you see, this is taking the value here of functionality, and then you see here the unweighted rating is 4, because the weight is 25% from the other, no, here from the other place. Then we have a weighted rating of 1. And the idea is to have a tab for any of those categories. Usability, and then we would open the tab and have a list of usability things and things like that, quality and so on. So the same we have done with functionality, we should do for quality, security, and so on. And then we could import here the values, and we would have, for instance, in usability, they haven't done that, just theoretically, they say the weighted rating, the unweighted rating is 4 out of 5, weighted is 0.8, and so on. And you do that for all of them. Actually, for the ones we didn't have 0% support, documentation, and so on. And at the end, you get a final value of 394. So just to repeat it myself, so here we have seen it just for the functionality tab. But we have defined which functionality we want, and we have evaluated it for Moodle. Here, we should do the same in another tab for usability and evaluate the usability, and then have it here into the main spreadsheet with all this, in a weighted sign, and with quality and security. So we would have a tab for all these categories. As you see, this, I'm going back to the slides, this means having metrics for all of them, and then the metrics go in their own tab, that's the metrics or functionality, and then they come here for the category rating and metrics, which is this part with the weights, and then finally you get a BRR score, which is 394. And you have to take that spreadsheet with all the tabs and fill it out with all those learning management systems that passed the initial filtering. So this, as you might think, is very time consuming, requires a lot of data. But if you want to take a decision that is informed and an educated decision, then and based on hard facts and data and so on, then that's what you should do. And this is, as I was saying, the heart of open BRR. So there are other systems that are similar. I think almost all assessment systems, methodologies for Floss development are similar. And as you see, one of the main problems is here you have to extract lots of data, and it's time consuming. On Friday, I will show how to extract data directly from the repositories. So one of the nice things is the source code is out there. We know that. And the repositories are out there mostly on GitHub. You get all the development story, and you can measure how many developers are involved and how many bug issues have been solved in the last month and how many pull requests and so on. So we can easily extract that and use it as input for this type of models, and among other things. So that's the kind of things that I will show on Friday. By now, just it's from what we have seen in this tutorial, I would like to stress out several ideas. Number one idea is evaluating open source projects is sometimes a big necessity, especially for big organizations and with software you're gonna have for a long time. These are decisions that are not to be taken easily. So the best thing is to use a schematic and consistent approach. And we have here shown OpenBRR, which is one of the approaches, is one of the first ones, and many of the others are based on this one. They share the same ideas. They change the metrics and adapt the metrics to the context and so on. But here is one. So, and if you see, it has 4 phases: a quick assessment filter with some fast questions where basically you try to avoid that you have to do the target usage assessment and data collection and processing, which is very time consuming and human intensive. So if you have here in the quick assessment, you take 100 candidates, you should have less than 10 candidates because this is time consuming. You should lower and have the minimum number of candidates for phase 2 and phase 3. So for each of the candidates, you have a spreadsheet like this, and you have you have to decide what categories are you valuing the most, or you can value, I mean, there are 12, you can value them equally, 8 something % equally, and then you value all of them. But that's not usually the case. You have to decide, and that depends on your organization. What do you want? And then this fills out the next automatically, because here for each category, you have to get a list. I mean, usually you have to on your own see what list of things do you want for each of the categories. And in functionality, it's a list of functionalities. In usability, it's a list of usability functionality. In documentation, probably it's as well a list of objects that are there. If there is a web page, books, documentation, blah, 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 blah. In community, if how many developers are there, the bug fixes, how many commits per month, and so on. And this, they come in additional tabs, which we don't have here in this example. And all this input you evaluate on their own. And basically this gets evaluated then for the category, and the category it's weighted with what we've specified here, and finally we get a score here. And this score should serve at least as a starting point for a discussion. You might see from this list that we had at the beginning, maybe we have the finalists, which are Claroline, Sakai, and Moodle. And you see this one gets a rating of 394. This is 2.5, and this 3.5. Then the decision is clear. If this is 397 and this is 3, no, and Moodle is 394, then maybe, I mean, there's not much difference. Maybe for the decision, you should look again and maybe take other things in consideration, but at least you have done it based on hard data and so on. So there's a question here. Are these assessment tools material tools or research prototypes? So this is one problem I was saying before. This is a very good question. So this assessment methodologies, the assessment methodologies by themselves are mature. They have some tools, but they are prototypes. And the thing is, even if there has been some research on it, we haven't gone farther in the last 20 years, not much. Why that? And it's because this is something very, you probably have seen, this is very complex. And the ones, it requires a lot of effort. And the ones who have devoted effort to this are consultancies, and they haven't opened these tools. So I'm sure they have tools there at Accenture and PricewaterhouseCoopers and so on, but they haven't shared them. And I'm sure they have this type of tools and so on. So this is something that from the community perspective is very immature. And that's why I like to point out OpenBRR, but because even if it's from almost 20 years ago, conceptually it's the easiest to understand. And actually, given that you have here a spreadsheet, and together with what we will see on Friday, it's about how to gather data and so on, and it's useful for many other uses. But one of the uses is this one, to evaluate projects. Then you can potentially do it, but it's something that is is still an open question. And if you like more information, I mean, I can offer you some research literature on it. I guess recently I've seen there is a systematic literature review on assessment models, where it clearly points the status. But in general, the status is models are mature, tools are very immature. So there is a room for improvement here. Said this, that's everything on my behalf for today. I hope you have enjoyed this. Today the 4 sessions. The last one on how to evaluate open source projects, which you see is still somehow immature, but I like the ideas that are behind. And as you see, we are getting into areas where you need to know a lot about open source, and that's good because we already, after now 3 days of this course, we already start to know a little bit of open source, and we see what are the problems that we have when we try to evaluate it. We still have the course tomorrow and on Friday. I'm looking forward to it, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I do. So thanks for your attendance. Thanks for your patience. If there are questions, I'm happy to take them. We still have a couple of minutes. If not, we will see ourselves tomorrow. Thank you.
So I don't think there are any more questions. I think we can end the call now. Probably, Gregorio, you have to go to the university now.
Well, I will first have lunch,
Okay.
and then well, no problem.
Thank you so
still
much
here.
for your time. Thank you so much.
We have a lot of time for it's 1 o'clock. We still have the rest of the day here.
Yeah.
So I know there it's a little bit later.
Yeah, we are having our evening now. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to you. Bye bye.
See you tomorrow.
Cheers.
Okay. Bye bye.
Yes. See you tomorrow. Thank you.